Howdy, howdy. How's it going? I've had a weekend. What a weekend. What a world. What a world. Things are different when you're sitting there looking at precisely how much insulin you're using and wondering when you're going to run out. That's a different mood, huh? All right, let's see here. We got music coming in here. Big John, buddy of mine. Good stuff. Good stuff. What I like to hear. Our Bluetooth documentation up. A lot of it. We're gonna have to look in these codes and see what's what. Got my cameras all ready to go. Let's do the burn the subs camera. Currently idle. Not even 3D printing anything right now. I'm kind of out of it, chat. I'm out of it. I don't know what's wrong with me. Yeah, a little bit of the morbs, which is actually Victorian slang. You got a case of the morbs, meaning you're a little down and out. It's probably where the comic got the name Morbius from, but seeing as that's now entering everyone's vernacular, it's a good time to use that phrase. But I'm also I got a little bit of doldrums going on here that I got to shake off. My sleep schedule's been just fuck. I set out to go to bed at like a normal time. I was like, I'm gonna go to bed at a normal time, and then it's 2 a.m. and I'm like, what happened? What happened? What the fuck? Like, this is not fair. So apart from time traveling, been doing a lot of thinking about the computer project, and I think we can go directly into water cooling with that. I think that's the strategy. It's just my concerns are over whether or not I can design properly a 750 watt power supply that's going to be able to power that much computer. Estimates are that you should have about 1,000 watts on that. And while I think AMD directly suggests 850, I don't know. I've seen like forum posts and stuff of people being like, my 1,000 watt power supply is kicking out weirdly with this AMD build. Now, right now, I'm using it as a regular computer. I haven't been able to give it any hard games to render. I guess I can install Cyberpunk or something and just tweak up the settings and just see how it handles it. A 750 watt power supply, 750 watt EVGA gold power supply is doing really well though. I've been able to do everything that I've wanted to do with it, including Fusion 360, and we ran the individual processor and graphics card tests. If I run them both at once, I don't know what's gonna happen. The computer might kick out. Oh my God, almost 2 years, almost an engineer, thank you. You're gonna have to change that name up when you finally become an engineer. I know we've talked about this before. Oh, I need to start up Chatty. Hold on, CHA. Sorry, Chatterino. Nobody's talked yet, so it's fine. I'm actually surprised because sometimes OBS, oh, there's my mouse. OBS works in very weird ways. Sometimes OBS will just grab a random window when that happens. It'll just put up whatever window it feels like. Anyway, here we are. Yeah, I'm trying to shake off just being out of schedule. My folks scarpered off to England land. They've been on the island for a little while, and they were supposed to be back on Monday. It would work perfectly with my schedule and everything, right? And they got COVID. Some fucknut in their group spread COVID to everybody. And I think it's the lesser form of current modern COVID. And they're all up to date on their shots, I think. I don't know if they got... My mother got her 4th shot. I haven't. It's been over 6 months. I need to get my 4th. But I think they're both pretty much up to date. I mean, my father works in healthcare, so he has to be. So they've just got the sniffles, but they're stuck in Scotland. And they've been making trips to airports, just in case they can fly. So my schedule's just been fucked up since then. I don't know why that applies to me at all, but just randomness, So I got to be on call basically for whenever they get over it and fly back. There are worse places to get stuck, like Wales. Yeah, I think Edinburgh, I think they're whereabouts. I don't know. But yeah, that's What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? That sucks. On top of that, I had, you know, my running out of insulin problem. I am on the last, like, hairline of the last bottle. But I was able to get a bottle from my local pharmacy yesterday for a whopping $150. 150 bucks for a bottle of insulin. Now, delivery food is like $70 nowadays. So if you think about it that way, it's like getting delivery twice. I'll just have to eat sandwiches for a day or two. I can go visit them. I'm only 20 minutes away. I don't know, Nosferatu. I don't know if you're ready to become a VIP on my channel. I'll be like, that Nosferatu, yeah, they could show up at my house any day. And then I'm like, wait, technically that makes them a VIP. I will not authorize that. I have weird VIP rules just so that there's not like competition for getting a stupid badge by our name, right? I make it as dumb as possible. It's just, I mean, other streamers, it's the whim of the streamer, which is fine. I just don't want people to clamor for the VIP badge. It's technically, if you gift 100 subs, or if you can show up at my house and people won't panic that a weirdo showed up at my house, right? Those are the rules. And that gift 100 is probably going to have to become a sliding scale if when the board goes back up, because there will be some people jockeying for that position. Although, you know, I still have the VIP badges, so I can continue to do that. But it's not like I'm going to notice them any more or less. Look at the speed of my chat. Oh my God, how does he pick out comments from such a breakneck pace? That's how we run things here. But yeah, Scotland, huh? I guess my my folks should apply for citizenship at this point. Yeah, we're gonna work on the wheel a little bit today. I hope we have enough wheel to work on. Probably do. I'm gonna close all the power supply stuff. This stuff scares me at this point. Just close all that work. Yeah, that's all I want here. Wait, I've got another taking stuff apart. This is the wrong. That's an old one. Ram, it's raining heavy, so Scotland is a place to be at the moment. Man, I'll tell you what, like, my folks bought like just a shit ton of plants and then just scarpered off to England and then subsequently Scotland. I wish they didn't buy all of those plants, because now I have about 1 hour every other day that I have to spend watering at their place, just with the fucking watering wand in my hand, just looking like an idiot, looking like a big fat idiot. God, I hate it. There's so many plants. It's so many plants. I mean, as a result, it's like lush, but it's fucking hot out here. Like it's gonna be 92 degrees here today, Fahrenheit in orange temperatures. $33 degrees. It's gonna be 33 degrees out there. And since it's the Northeast, it's gonna be as humid as a fresh butt crack. It's gonna be humid as fuck. So all the plants are gonna die. They're on the surface of the sun, and I need to fight tooth and nail to keep them alive. I should have. A friend of mine was like, yeah, I got all this like tube and stuff from this auto watering system. You want it? And I'm like, it's the same friend who gave me all that control system stuff. Like the control system stuff that I could have used to like set up and time the auto watering thing. Yeah. This is like 5 years ago. He was like, you want this stuff? I'm like, nah. My folks have like the perfect setup for an auto watering system. Most of the back, most of the, like the garden area is just like a deck. And so I could have hid all of the auto watering stuff and just had drip feeds come up from below the deck or from behind the deck. Nobody would have seen anything. And then everything else has like covering on it. So I could have done that too. That would have taken it down to a half hour of watering, because I would have only had to water the front of the house, which has a shit ton of plants on it too. Damn it. These little opportunities, right? It's like you don't want to hold on to all the garbage, but the Burning Man misters are amazing, and you have no idea. It's a fucking orgasm in a can. Just because you're on an alkali desert and it's so dry. As soon as that mist hits you, it's like cold. It's amazing. Ooh, I'm a little burpy today. That's not gonna be fun. Yeah, I'm a little out of it, chat. My schedule's been all kinds of fucked up. I've had all kinds of anxieties and things like that. I'm kind of over it. And I think I could get back to some good streaming this week. I think we can get a lot done if we can put our heads down and concentrate on some stuff. I've still got kind of a cloud around my head. I'm wondering if I might have gotten COVID and just not known it. Maybe not. I think I'm just irresponsible. I think that's the main takeaway. I need to gird my loins and get a little bit more responsible with stuff and tackle some of these things that we need to tackle. It's tough, man. It's tough. Anyway, this is Big John. This is a buddy of mine. Speaking of Burning Man, credit where it's due. Check him out. I feel like it. So I have been over the barrel. I guess that's the right term. Valve. I've been back and forth with Valve, trying to get my Index headset working. I figured when I get a new computer, I'll plug it into that and it'll magically work again, because it was magically not working or working depending on the circumstance. So I contacted Steam support a while back and I was like, something's wrong. Like it's not like registering. And so they took me through a couple troubleshooting steps and they said, I plug it back into the USB that it had always been plugged into. This is on the old computer. Oh God, I'm bleeding from my arm all over the place. God damn it. I scratched a scab and now I'm fucking leaking. Hold on, I gotta do a paper towel and water because apparently I've smeared it all around my arm now. Hold on, I'll tell my Index story in just a minute. I don't know where I keep getting these scratches from, but I keep getting these like big scratches on my arm because I'm not aware of stuff that I'm brushing up against. All right. So yeah, the wheel. We're doing the wheel today. Speaking of the wheel, VR. So I wanted to get VR working again because I just got that computer all up and ready and going, right? It's like a new install. And so I had a fresh start to get the Vive or the Index working. So the Index, on the previous computer, I did a trouble ticket with Valve, and they brought me through a couple steps of the procedure. Now, a big problem with the Index is that they've locked down the cable in several spots where it's got sort of local motion going on. So they have this like tight band around the cable right as it goes up to the front of the headset, and the front of the headset tilts back and forth. So that cable needs to move a little bit. And so when it does, it can wind up breaking internal parts of the cable. And I don't think that's within my ability to fix unless I made a jig that I could plug the cable into with LEDs on it so that I could flex the cable and see when stuff breaks or connects, right? And I think I ohmed out some of the cable too to try to figure it out. It'd be nice if I could do that, and then I could figure out where the cable's broken and perhaps fix it. Although the fix would be just silly. It would be ridiculous. It wouldn't be a good fix. But yeah, so the cable has problems because parts of it are locked down, and then there's like 10,000 signals in it. I feel like they could probably replace that cable with a USB-C, because they need what are USB-C DC 12 volt specs? How many amps is that? USB-C DC 12 volt. Because I mean, I think they need 12 watts out of the thing, right? I'm just getting weird results. Not getting the specification. I feel like they could replace it with USB-C, because USB-C can also take like monitors and stuff like that. Yeah, basically. No, you can't just put an optical cable on it, I don't think. Index optical cable. Yeah, nothing really. What is up with Wikipedia, or what is up with Google these days? Like, this is not. This is really terrible. A bad result. No, they shouldn't use fiber optics in the index. That's a bad idea, because it's although you would get the data throughput, the fragility of the cable is a big issue with VR. I mean, wireless would be great, but then they wouldn't get the fidelity and the frame rate unless they did multi-band, super spectrum-y kind of weird stuff. And then you need to get a lot of power out to the headset if you're doing wireless. I mean, they need to get 12 volts and 1 amp all the way out there as well. I feel like a really robust USB-C cable would be in order for that, but I guess they don't want to. At the time, there were weird, bad USB-C cables out there that would probably have muddied the water, mudderdated. I can't words. I'm breaking down on a fundamental level here, chat. My atoms are starting to separate in my brain. I can feel it. Yeah, so anyway, the index, it's got a bunch of pinch points on the cable, as well as the fact that you've got like a 700-pound person like rolling over it all the time, right? So there are probably breaks in the USB. Moderately, if not terribly unsure about that though, because it still gets signal from the 2 cameras on the front. I can still view through the camera lenses on the front of the index, which I thought was a way to prove that USB actually did get through the cable, but I'm just not sure. So what happened when I first did the trouble ticket, which was, you know, like 6 months ago, a little more than that. They brought me through a couple steps and USB just happened to connect, I guess. And so it started working again. I went, all right, cool, that fixed it, thank you. Ended the trouble ticket. So I used VR a little bit, and then I put it on a shelf until this computer was built, just because life got in the way, right? And so I took it off the shelf and I tried to get it working with the new build, totally new drivers, everything is nice and fresh. Didn't work. Brought it through all of their troubleshooting steps, which involved uninstalling and reinstalling drivers and software and stuff like that. Over and over again, round and round we go. Same problem, nothing coming in through USB. It doesn't even get an opportunity to try to install the drivers for USB. So at the end of all of that troubleshooting, they go, here's a link for a new cable. Good luck, fucker. And it's $130. It's a $130 cable with absolutely no improvements at all in it. It is the same cable for $130. So Valve went, yeah, this is fine. Make them buy another one. Make them buy another cable from us, instead of actually solving the engineering issue with their headset. Just a class act. Just a class act all around. So happy. I'm so happy with my fucking purchase. So I don't know. I made a plea. I said, are you kidding me? I spent $1,000 on this thing. I think I'm exaggerating the price a little bit, but I said, you know, I spent $1,000 and you guys want me to buy a $130 cable in order to fix a problem that I had nothing to do with? So that's the wrong one. Oh, that's a USB-C cable. That's not what this thing has. I was saying that a USB-C cable would be cool for the index, but that's not what this has. That's not the index that they're showing here. So It's a shame. They could have had, this is a $60 cable. I don't know where you're getting $50 from. You just knocked a bunch of dollars off of it for some reason. Yeah. Yeah, that's for the Quest 2. Not for the Index. The Index has a $130 cable from Valve. But, you know, nobody else is selling an Index cable. They decided to over-engineer this cable, and they did it wrong. Yeah, you could meet all the power and data requirements with USB-C, because USB-C also carries DVI. So, kind of a big fuck up on our end, on the consumer's end. But I guess they just don't give a shit. They just don't give a shit. They got me over the barrel too. If they're not gonna refund, if they're not gonna send me a cable, a $130 cable, which is a fucking nightmare. I understand why the cable would be $130. Don't get me wrong there. I understand economies of scale and the specialty involved in creating a custom cable and getting like 4,000 of them probably puts the price with a very small profit margin at $130. Because you're not going to get, you know, every single person who owns one of these things, which is already a small number, is not going to necessarily need a new cable. That's going to be a statistical thing. And so you're not going to need that many of the replacement parts. And so in order to get them manufactured on scale, the extras are going to have a certain price tag on them. That's just how it falls. But yeah, it's a, yeah, what if a cable's a wear and tear item that they need to replace, like an air filter? God damn, I'm so mad. I'm so mad. I sent them a desperate plea. I probably embarrassed myself a little bit with that email. Just going, are you kidding me, please? Like, a basic plea for humanity. Because I technically had the problem before, but it resolved itself. Because I couldn't repeat the circumstances because it suddenly started working again. Whatever frayed connection inside the cable probably just barely reached out and boop, made a little touchy boodle, and then the thing fucking worked again. And the only way that I could get around this, and it would probably end up being $130, is to make a circuit board with the one end connector on it, and then make a circuit board with the other end connector on it, or, you know, all the connectors on it, and just plug the whole cable in, and then sit there wiggling it about like an idiot, waiting for the LEDs to flicker. But, oh man, I'm so mad. $130 for a new one of these cables, and nobody sells them. I really wish they had done an Oculus and put a USB-C on the fucking thing. Because then I wouldn't be out, you know, wear and tear money on a headset that I barely used. I've got 700 hours in Steam VR. Mostly, probably the last 200 have been troubleshooting the fucking thing, and then the rest of it's with the Vive. Yeah, maybe I'll just have to get a Quest 2, huh? What do those run? How much are those things? I like the Index, I really do. I have prescription inserts on the lenses. I got a different face mask thing so you don't get VR face. Listen, don't tell me about good VR games. You come in here and tell a starving man that you just ate a sandwich? Actually, chat literally did that. So I shouldn't put it past you fuckers to be as legitimately rude as possible. This is a different scenario though. The other one was I actually was not able to eat, and people were coming in and commenting that they had just eaten, which is a weird thing to do. But this is different. Really fucked up thing to do. No. Yeah, I understand. iFetch Rocks looks like a really good VR game. It's basically you're stuck in an analog synthesizer and you need to get yourself to and from rock deliveries, I guess, right? You hooked your analog synthesizer up to a spaceship. Yeah, we got all our commands here, and I think what we need to do, and this is just a supposition on my part. Hey, Terts. I think what we need to do is just send the base station the all ahead okay, right? I don't know if we need to hook up the full wheel today. I think we can just hook this up and listen in on the TX and RX and get it through most of the procedure, and then I think I just add the all head okay at the very end of this. We'll see how that goes. And maybe then we'll be able to actually, you know, do signaling, in which case we can sort of build this up to its final form. But I need to refamiliarize myself with all the code and stuff. We haven't worked on this in like a week, and so it's already starting to look like an alien language to me. I'm starting to lose myself. I've also just had a bad week. I've had a really bad week. I hate it when I have to deal with. I mean, I've had to deal with healthcare for 2 weeks now, and I don't even know where the fuck my. I'm gonna check on my. I'm gonna look at these Omnipods because currently that's I think the last bit of this equation. I'm logging into personal health stuff on stream. That's a bad idea. But it's on my mind, and I'm trying to settle all this stuff on my mind so that I can get back to this stuff. Right? Oh, do remember me on this. Had a miserable couple of weeks. My parents weren't even around to facilitate the bad weeks, right? usually your parents are what's causing the, you know, the horrible week. Yes, I know I don't have any prescriptions to fill at the moment. My insulin comes in on Thursday, but I got the one bottle for $150. So instead of getting a fucking VR cable... Wait, why isn't it on here? God, am I gonna have to call... Yeah, these fuckers, I'm gonna have to call these people. Because the Omnipod has disappeared from this list. It magically vanished from this list, even though they were like, hey, we're just having some supply issues. We'll send them over. It's like, where are they? What happened here? There's nothing here. What is going on? Chat, I think I'm gonna have to call them right now. I'm gonna do that. Here, let me put something up on screen for you guys. Or maybe I call them tomorrow. I don't know. Do I give them a call on Thursday? I mean, they said they would have them by now and would have sent them by now. But CVS seems to be notorious for just forgetting stuff. Yeah, I'm gonna put something up on screen. I'll be back in just a bit. I'm gonna give them a call. I'll be here. I just need to. You know what? I'll just keep this. Yeah. The index cable proprietary, is it just DisplayPort? It's like a weird, it's their own thing on the one end. On the one end here, I can get it. I can get that really easily, and then I'll do the phone call. Stupid fucking cable. It's all right. So the problems with the index cable are here, up here at the headset. Ah, my cable. It's just a fucking wire. The whole thing sucks. It sucks. So at the one end, we have DisplayPort, 12 volts, and USB. All right, that's this end over here. Over here, still bleeding? No. We have the pinch point. We have the pinch point, which we have this one here, where we have a solid piece of plastic holding the cable down. And that should have a little bit of wiggle room, but it can still do that. Well, if you're sitting in a chair, it'll do that. And then over here, we have this little anchor. And I think this is probably the source of all the problems. This little plastic, solid plastic anchor that clips in right here. It's a pinch point, because when you move the headset around, like so, you're putting a lot of bad pressure on that cable. So on this end, we have this connector. I don't think it's a display port. And it's weirdly shaped so that it doesn't poke you in the forehead. I wish they had gone Oculus's route, but you know, USB-C can hold 12 volts, quite a bit of current. Oh, this is like a clip that you gotta get off. I don't know how to get this thing off. Sounds like prom night. Eh. There it is. It's a little snap right there. It's just like grips around. Hold on. Dat Deets! Hey, long time no see, man. Thank you for the 49 months. 49 months! When did that happen? Holy shit, dude. Thank you. I gotta call CVS in a minute here. I have an email that I can just follow, but there we go. Jeez, that hurt. That was painful. It's pushing down on the top of that, sort of bows it outward. Yeah, so here's the piece of shit cable. We're always reinventing the wheel. That's our secret. This aside. I need bother between bothering episodes. I haven't been streaming a lot lately, and that's just been from external stuff getting in the way. I would like to stream more, but it's taking a toll. Hold on, I gotta get this number here. My father is negative for COVID. My mother is still positive. Okay. Looking at my email just now. So they're getting ready, I guess, to get back here, but checking in. Omnipod. Where's the instructions for calling CVS? Ugh. Let's see here. Where the hell's the 4 weeks? There was an email that they sent me with some specific instructions on calling the pharmacy. Where is that? Why is this such a complicated process, too? That's the thing. I'm having so much trouble doing this. We do CVS Omnipod. Bop. Here we go. All right, so I'm gonna do this phone call real quick. They usually don't have a very large wait time for this either, so it should go pretty well. What is the number that I'm calling? Oops. Man, I'm so happy you can delete on a keypad these days. All right, now I'll have to mute me. I'm like sweating on that ear now. It's like hot as fuck around here, so. All right, I'm back. Hey, thank you guys for the subs. Sir Fugglezang and Uncle Phil. Saying, oh bother. Yeah, that's correct. That's the channel you're on. We already got deets for 49 months. That was impressive. 20 months on Fugglezang. Saying, oh bother. Yeah, here we are. And then Uncle Phil saying, can't wait for the 24-hour BTS stream once it's finally done. You fuck. You go. Just go. Fuck you. We'll get back to burn the subs, I assure you. It's just I want to get this wheel done. I wanted to get this wheel done so that I could poop around in VR with it, but my VR fucking headset is done. It rained here just now. I'm gonna look at the forecast. It said thunderstorms, so I didn't water. I didn't water today. Yeah, it looks like 7 p.m. Oh no, that's New York. It always goes to New York. Ah, and then I hit the locate me thing and it flops over to Philadelphia and the map just turns into a desert. Oh, it says Thursday afternoon. Shit, I'm probably gonna have to water tonight. Anyway. What was the purpose of reverse engineering IEDs? We would publish documents about them to the intelligence community, and from there, who the fuck knows? There's a lot of money in it. All right, so I could go into it more, but I don't know what precisely I can go into, and I just don't want to even, you know, I'll be very vague about that stuff, because while it wasn't exactly 25 years ago, right? There's a great article called Left of Boom. It's a very old article. It's hard to find now, where it talked about a lot of sort of what exactly what they were hoping to accomplish with this information. But I don't know, I can't really go into it. This fucking thing right here, this cable is a source of most of my perturbance. No, this is approximately 5% of the perturbance that I've had over the past couple days. The large source has been, of course, commandeering insulin and somehow getting insulin out of the healthcare system. For some reason, even if I want to just spend my own money to buy insulin, I'm still at the mercy of the healthcare system. So I've been dealing with the index. I've been dealing with my own inevitable demise in the hands of not getting insulin. And I've been dealing with my insulin pump upgrade that CVS just fucking forgot about. They just didn't do it. They said, oh, we don't have them in stock. We could fill this when they come in stock. And I went, all right, yeah, do that. Fill it when it comes in stock. And they just fucking forgot about it. It was on my online thing for a little bit, and I could actually just like go online and see the prescription on there, and then it just vanished. And so I just called them, and they're like, oh yeah, we can fill that in like, you know, it might be like a business day. Is that okay? I'm like, what? Like, you were supposed to do this. I don't understand why I can't hold these people accountable for this bullshit. Cannibal Jesus, notice me, senpai. Good to see you. Thank you for the 8 months. I really appreciate that. You guys coming in here and subbing when I'm like on the phone dealing with shit. I appreciate you. You guys are great. Thank you. Thank you for the support. The index has a bunch of problems where they tie down this cable. You can see how kind of harried it is up here. I don't know what type of cable this is here. It looks like a mini DVI, but it's a different kind of animal. And then they've got this little like breakaway over here where there's another 10,000 fucking connections that could be broken. This is a $130 cable, and nobody is manufacturing it. You know, for the Vive, people are remanufacturing the cable. I turned off stream intro just because it was in the way of looking at this stuff. This is a USB 3 DVI and 12 volt cable. Of course, since this thing, there's been USB-C, which has all this stuff in it already. Whatever. Anyway, I'm miffed because I went through a whole bunch of troubleshooting with this thing, and at the end of it, they just fucking gave me a link to where I can buy a $130 cable. Well, I just spent that money on fucking insulin, so I can't just haul off and buy a new cable. it's fucked because it's not my fault. I've been taking care of this headset perfectly well. You know, I haven't done anything out of the ordinary, but apparently coiling it like this is bad for it. How do you fucking ship this thing if you can't coil it? Try to pull the diabetes card. I get to do that. Yes, I have a debilitating condition, whereas my body does not actually produce insulin, and it causes a whole bunch of issues. So yes, I get to pull the diabetes card. Fuck off. How about a little bit of that? I actually get to do that every now and then, as compensation for all the fucking shit that I gotta go through on a daily. Anyway, yeah, so $130. Unless that customer service person reads my ticket and has just a modicum of humanity to realize that the problem with the USB cable is not new. It was happening earlier. It was just intermittent. And so I ended up not fully filing a trouble ticket for it. How fucked though, that their little mistake in designing this thing and locking down the cable in a weird way is what causes it to fail, and then you just gotta pony up. It's like a replaceable part, right? It's like a wear and tear item that I now have to get. So I got CVS, who's just forgetting about me on the regular. This all started, by the way, a month ago when my doctor, for some unknown fucking reason, sent the wrong insulin pump prescription and then the wrong insulin prescription to CVS, and CVS looks at it and they go, oh, let's try to get insurance to approve it. And then it just sat. And so I'm like, man, I'm getting low on insulin. What's going on here? Get on the horn to CVS. They say, oh, we're just waiting for insurance. Your doctor needs to give us like a pre-approval. What? Go over to my doctor. I need like a pre-approval or something. I don't know what's going on with this prescription. Okay, we'll deal with it. They forget about it. I'm like, what is happening? Now my insulin supplies are getting real low. So I check on CVS and they're like, yeah, it's Humalog prescription. The what? Humalog? No, it's supposed to be a different insulin. They changed the formulary. Oh, okay, we'll sort that out. All right, here's your insulin. And so now I get that prescription, and apparently I've gone through too much of it. And so I'm not gonna make it the 2 days until they'll reissue the prescription. So now I basically get the equivalent of Valve sending me a link to a $130 cable. Say, we don't have insulin in stock. Like, what? You don't have insulin in stock? You're my local pharmacy. Like, I get it from you every month. Why would you not have it in stock? What is this? They're like, oh, supply chain issues. All right, cool. Let me know when you get it back in stock. I had to go there and be like, I'm not leaving until I get a bottle of insulin. They're like, oh, tap, tap, tap. Here you go. $130, $150 later, I have a bottle of insulin and a little bit of wiggle room now, so that I can free up my brain a little bit. Anyway, back to work. Music. Still got music going. What a load of piss this week. These couple of weeks have been, right? Proteus, how's it going? Yeah, it's just everything is just getting fucked up. I didn't even mention my doctor basically bungling every single opportunity they had to send a prescription earlier too. They sent the wrong pod, the wrong whatever. I tried to sort it out. They sent the wrong one again. Like, I'm done. I need a vacation. My parents bought a bunch of plants and then went off to England, where they both contracted COVID and then couldn't fly back. Apparently, my dad is now testing negative and my mother is still testing positive for COVID. So it's a couple days out and they'll be able to fly back. But, oh, lordy, lordy. Lordy, lordy, lordy. What a week. What a week. It's like I thought I'd be able to relax a little bit because my parents wouldn't be around. They wouldn't be asking me to move plants. Well, I get to water plants for about an hour every other day. And now it turns out it's not going to storm here, so. Anyway, Bluetooth software API reference. It's good to see you again, I guess. Maybe not. I got this steering wheel. I know Scotland is in England. They went to England first and they took a train. Please. All right, anyway. think I'm fucking brain dead. They're stuck in Scotland right now. It's just a big fucking island. All right, anyway. Here we are with the steering wheel back over here once again. We never finished this. We're like this close. We're on the precipice. We could have been great. We could have done such good. It takes me about 10,000 hours to explain what this project is. This is my force feedback steering wheel. It's got a big 3-phase motor from eBay. It's got a universal motor controller from Granite Devices that makes it into a joystick. However, Granite Devices did not. They expected your average SimPit builder to be able to bang rocks together and create just a simple switch to ground for every single input. Well, we're a little bit beyond that. We've got digital steering wheel controls. We've got an 8-speed shifter. We've run out of buttons. And so in order to access more buttons, there is a system by which this thing uses a wireless module. And so what we're trying to do is fake being that wireless module so that we can communicate button presses to the base station. We got 98% of this thing figured out. And probably 99% of it figured out. It's just the implementation that we got to get through. So what we've been doing in the past, previous streams, is figuring out precisely what signals to send to the base station in order to register, first off, our wireless wheel module, and second off, the module itself, just to get it into a state where it's happy. We're this close. We need to send one more signal, and I think that one more signal that we need to send, because we've gotten through everything, right? We've registered the module, we've got almost everything ready to go, and then nothing, and then the line just goes deaf, and we don't know what's going on. In typical operation of this thing, we see the wireless module. I'm going to point to this as the wireless module, because this is the second microcontroller that we've attached to the base station in order so that it can do the TX and RX job, right? We're trying to make this thing into a wireless module. And so this thing has been able to tell the base station, first off, I'm here. Then the base station sends it a bunch of configuration elements to configure Bluetooth, in which case our module just sort of like nods while reading the paper, right? It just goes, yes, dear, yes, dear, yes, dear, right? We get all our yes, dear signals back into this thing without implementing anything. The one thing we do implement is the timer. I was able to figure out how to program sort of a generic, like, sort of event timer in the microcontroller. God, oh, the complexity of all this fucking shit. Anyway, we've got somewhat of an event timer implemented in this, and so this actually does use that event timer during startup. It configures well, they're the same ID, but they're two different time elements that it at different stages that it actually program. You guys don't care about this stuff. Come on. It implements a couple timers. We respond to this thing in kind, and it gets through the sort of sequence of events that it thinks it needs to do in order to configure the module. And so the last thing that we need to do, and this is where I think we stopped last time, I think that the last thing we need to do is send the okay buddy signal. We need to send it the signal that says, I'm done. You know, your module's registered. Because right now we get to a point and everything just goes dead. So we got to take a look at that. I'll tell you what you care about. You care about the stuff I care about. And I don't care about caring about caring. I have a massive headache today. I think I gotta hydrate. All right. Not really like a headache, just like my eyes feel like sunken. I don't think I got good sleep. I think it's been a while since I've gotten good sleep. I think I'm starting to devolve. Yeah, I'm a nihilist about nihilism. This isn't a very good system we've got going on here. Our giant switch case that sort of checks every packet. We could have redesigned this a little bit. We could have redesigned this in order to just give it a list of packets that it does the yes dear signal to. Like we could have had like an array of packets that it would check through, just iterate through an array of signals that it doesn't need to care about, and then it can just say, okay, I got the signal to. Instead, we have this massive switch case that sort of goes in order of things happening. Oh well. This is I guess where you would implement all the different functionalities and the configurations in the actual functional module, but we don't need to do that. We don't need to do that. We're not a functional module. We are a couple of engineers in standing on each other's shoulders in a trench coat, pretending to be a module. All right, so we get all the way down. God, I don't even know. I haven't looked at this code in a little while. I'm gonna have to look at all this stuff. Well, this is yeah, but this isn't what they would do. This is what they would do here. Is they would actually implement all of these commands. And I think they have like a tree structure that it goes down, because there's the two bits of not the two pieces of information that it's given are like a hierarchy. So there's the well, by they I just don't want to say Scilabs building a more connected world. Scilabs Incorporated implemented a system of, I would imagine that in their own code they probably have like a tree that it goes through. I mean, a lot of the commands that we deal with later on are all in the same structure of that tree, but they've got like a sort of a branching element that, you know, these addresses probably uncover in kind. I don't think that they would do a massive switch case, but, you know, that's how I would do it, I guess. I mean, you could do all kinds of stuff with weird pointers. I don't know, whatever the person coding it just learned how to do in sort of that ridiculously complicated and hard to read non-human programming method, they probably would implement like an array of pointers or some evil bullshit like that, right? They would do something like horrible, and it would express itself in completely unreadable lines of code. They'd be like, but it's optimized. It's super small. All right, why'd the TM come through so weird down there? We put an agile AI that's robust and client focused. Yeah, the question before was, did they send you IEDs to investigate, or did you find them yourselves? They literally FedExed IEDs to the FBI. That's how they send them. It had all the packaging details and stuff like that on it. But a lot of the efforts there, it was like a law enforcement effort. So actually doing law enforcement to try to hold people accountable. Anyway, I don't want to talk a lot about that because you never know. Yeah, it's for everything. Yeah. All right, so what are we doing here? What do we do? I don't even fucking know. We tick our timer up and we get a packet, and then we go into this bullshit that probably should be turned into its own function. We need to turn this into a packet handler. Yeah, we need to turn this into a function. Wait, why is booted? Oh, that means we've booted the whole system. Ah, there's the letter A is just hanging out outside of the program space. What is that? Let's pull all of this out of the loop. Maybe we do, hold on a second. I'd laugh, but it's too depressing. I think I need to take all this stuff and turn it into a function. It's a little bloated here. So what we need to do is get packet, print packet, send byte, send success, clear packet, and then down here, well, I think we need to read packet too. So let's do, I'll just keep them in order. So get packet, and right after get packet, we'll do like what would that be called? What do we call that? Let's say we get packet and print packet. Let's do, wait, okay, so these are the base serial. We'll just put it here. We'll call these big functions. And this would be, I don't know, respond packet. And really, it should be like, it should be done in stages. We'll just call it respond packet for now, because I need to clean up my main. So here we'd get packet, and then we'd respond packet. The question is, should I pass that into the function and just do the function from there, or should I... See, packet CL and packet ID are globals. So that's what get packet does. It loads them up into the global variables. Because we're only concerned with doing something with one packet at a time. So yeah, I guess we'll just make that variable every time this is called. That's what it's doing anyway. If disco, so that's discovery, and if boot, those are the other two functions that we need to make. We're just cleaning this up a little bit. I want it to be a little bit cleaner. Okay. Yeah, so that just does something with the packet. And then we send out a success, and then we clear the global packet thing. And then our main loop, let's see, disco is equal to 0, tasks for timer every 1,000. What are we doing with that? What is that? And check disco. We'll just do that. I mean, I don't really know what that's specifically doing. Timer dot every 1,000. Hey, it's me. I don't know. I don't know what that's doing. I don't know. It's like an alien language to me because I haven't worked on this in a while. I guess here we're setting our own timer, right? Timer active, number 4. So we're setting up timer number 4 to do something. Tasks of 4, timer. So tasks, we've got, so the way that I implemented this timer is first of all, I got a library that just does it. It does most of the timer stuff for me. But what I've done is I've set up 2 arrays. One of them is active, says whether or not the timer's active, and the other one's a countdown, I guess. I think. No, we didn't do the countdown thing. I did something else with the... I think this timer library handles it for me, and all we need to do is tick up the timer, and then when it completes, it'll do whatever task we've laid out for it to do. So yeah, I think the 2 arrays are functions, timer actives. Yeah, timer 5 millis tasks of 5. That means there's 5 tasks that I guess it can do. But it's stored as some weird fucking thing. It's dumb. I probably could find a better timer library in order to do this, but here we are. They're basically just, when they expire, we need to do whatever task we've laid out. So, and it needs to be a Boolean function. So, hey at me is us sending a device, like a signal that says that we're this particular device every certain amount of time, whatever it's either the program has asked us to do or whatever you know, we lay out. But yeah, dumb butt just sends a dumb button signal. So I have a special function that I can put into the code in order for this thing to start pooping out a button getting pressed and depressed. Getting pressed and getting morbed. I've got a case of the morbs. Is an actual slang, actual Victorian slang. Anyway, yeah. So that's what these functions are. So I've also got the battery and the RSSI ready to set up. I haven't done anything with it yet. It might be that the base station is going to set up a timer to do that. in which case we'll just have a function that makes these in order to get them to, you know, do all that stuff at the right interval. Okay, I need water. Here's water. These bottles, when they're not full, they're so light, and the little nubs on the bottom aren't necessarily flat, so they do this for like a long time. I crush. Okay, so yeah, we've got a bunch of complicated stuff that we need to set up here. Battery is the coffee to the coffee machine. It's weird because I think what happens is the base station is going to set up another timer, and that timer is when we get into our normal run mode. That's when we're done initializing everything, right? Hold on, I got a cough too. Cough is mostly gone. It's just once every now and then I'll get a little, like we had like an air quality alert suddenly come up, like the Amazon lady told me because of the heat. There was a what do you call it? An air quality alert. I'm like, ha ha ha. Air quality alert, that doesn't apply. I'm indoors. And then I went into a giant fit of coughing. Ha ha ha, silly machine. You're wrong. Oh no, the machine was right. I'm not in college. I don't like living my life with empty bottles on every surface. I don't do that. I got a recycling bin and I use it. I haven't compiled and uploaded this code in a little while, so I don't know if we're going to run into any other problems. But what I'm trying to do is get my main function to be very simple. It just step, repeat, step. But yeah, so what I'm looking at right now, these are the different timing functions. And so when we set up a timer, it is able to, at the end of the interval, do whatever this function is. Setting up this timer library was very awkward. I don't like this. The thing that this timer allowed us to do, though, was set up multiple different timers that will perform functions when they're done. I think one thing we probably could have done, and it would have cleaned up the code a little bit, is just straight up made our own timing like this. We just do a couple timing calculations in the background. Every loop we run when we tick the timer up, all we do is subtract numbers from the arrays depending on what the timers were, and then it would have been just as much effort as setting up this library. But now my code is dependent on a library that's going to fall out of updates, and I'll come back to this in a couple of years and go, what the hell is fucking happening here? This code has gotten too complicated and I hate it. But we gotta keep working with it. You know, people come in and be like, what are you doing? How does this work? I'm like, I don't know. I fucking don't know. I think this is the moment. I think this is the moment right now when I can declare that I've actually become a legitimate programmer. I think I am now a professional programmer because I've opened up a program that I have been entirely involved in, and I don't know what the fuck is happening, and I'm still working with it. I think that's the moment you become a professional programmer. Wednesday bother. What kind of nonsense is this? Yeah, I promised a Wednesday. I missed Tuesday. Tuesday, I had to go into town. I had to gird up and get the horses out of, you know, put the horses on the carriage and get into town. Took a couple days. It's like my summer car. Go into CVS and beg them for just have a tearful plea for basic humanity. Please, sir, may I have some insulin, please? And that means I missed stream. But I did get I got a bottle of insulin, and it only cost me $150. Professional means you get paid for it. That's true. Oh yeah, T-Mister. Yeah, the IO shield was tough. Took 3 tries to get it close enough. The USB-C on the back of my graphics card, I think I need to widen it significantly because I bought a USB-C to DVI adapter, and I tried to plug that into the graphics card, and it didn't click. It made contact, but it didn't click, which is bad. And I don't know what the I mean, it's like 1 millimeter of plastic. It's about the depth of a back panel. So I don't know what's going on with that. I still might need to do a revision on that. The computer project, by the way, everybody, is functioning just fine. It's on a 750 watt power supply, and everything functions great. I wanted to bring it through some trials. I wanted to do some VR. God damn it! I still haven't finished Half-Life Alyx, but turns out my cable's bad. So that's another $130 that I gotta spend in order to keep up my quality of life. Insulin's a little bit more important than a VR cable. Let's just get that settled. But anyway, T-Mister had the question of how I design the back panels for stuff, and the answer is I go on GrabCAD and I find whatever the fuck I can, anything, a data sheet, whatever. GrabCAD, some other site, just like the white paper for the device itself, anything that'll give me that whole layout automatically. And if I don't have that, then it's just a matter of measuring a lot of caliper time. But what I ended up doing with the computer project is I was able to find close enough representations of them on GrabCAD, and then I plotted the back, basically take the 3D model and project it onto a sketch, and then use that sketch to build up that back panel from there. But then I print a test print that's only a couple millimeters thick, see where all the holes were, do a little tweak. It took me like 16 fucking tries to get it right with a graphics card, just because the screw holes in the back were in weird spots and they weren't accurately, they weren't in the model, and so I had to make them. And then when I made them in a very convoluted way that made them very hard to work with. I should have just done corner to corner, but you know, I tried to take a shortcut and it ended up being a long cut. All right, anyway, I hope you are successful in your back panel creation. All right, so our main loop, tick up the timer, get the packet, if there is a packet, then respond to the packet, and then check if we are discoverable. I don't even know what that is. And then if we're done, if our boot flag has been set, we say we booted, congratulations, we booted all over ourselves. So that's what we're trying to get to. And in the process of getting to it, we have a bunch of CLIDs that we are looking at, the packet IDs, the packet ID, and I don't know what, the other one is like a category kind of thing. Because when we get a packet, we are populating our input buffer with that packet, but that's the data part of the packet. The identification part of the packet is stored in 4 separate variables, and that's how we're able to work with it. So that's how we're able to work with it in an agile and ever evolving landscape of client-facing opportunities. Anyway, I used to be able to talk only in business speak, and it was irritating. I'm glad to be out of that. I don't want to go back. I can't live in a cubicle farm. So we have a type, a length, and then the CL, and then the ID. I forget why it was called CL. It's something about the category or something. Anyway, the IDs are split up into 2 bytes. We have a length on there too that's going to tell us how much of that buffer we need to look at in order to perform whatever function is laid out in the packet. And luckily, this is the structure for everything. And so we've got, I mean, in the packets that I've captured, we have all that stuff. And we're able to kind of like piece out all the different pieces of information. Unfortunately, my scope capture and the digital capture of the initialization process didn't quite come through, I don't think. We're missing a couple parts of it. And so we've got to kind of like piece through that and get it working. Found an IO shield with the audio ports in the right place on Thingiverse, modded that one to what my MSI. Yeah, that's yep, you did exactly what I but it sounds like you were able to do that in a day. It took me like 2 days to do the B550i, because there were like the right stuff in the right places, and I'd print it and everything would be off by like a millimeter, and I'd have to like tweak something, move it. It sucked. So nice work. The only problem is it's not conductive, so you don't get that nice shield on the back of a 3D print. But other than that, you can, you know, I had fun with it. I put a big AMD logo on it and everything. You can find vectors of the AMD logos online too. And that way you can just import them into the CAD program and punch them out. Yeah, all right, so up here I've got definitions of what all the packets are called. This is unnecessary because as long as it's within the category of these packets, all we do is respond with the generic OK signal with the packet attached to it. But I guess I'm just keeping it this way just because it's a lot of work and I don't want to undo all the work that I did. So all we need to do is store, you know, the ID bytes together in a big array, and that would be just the generic reply packets. Oh well, I did it this way. So RSSI and battery, I've got the packets laid out here. I've got a button packet for hitting, well, actually that's just the whole structure of the packet, and then we can replace the parts of the packet that identify the buttons, which is these back here. And these are little endian, I think. They're flipped. It's ridiculous, the order of them, rather, because then this is F00000 is what the button packet is. Code rushed. You were rating just when I'm burping. Why have you done this to me? It was a coffee burp. The 2 pieces of greasy pizza that I ate for lunch. Okay. Code rushed. Thank you for the raid in. Oh my God, is my brain that broken today? My brain barely functions today, guys. We're gonna try it. We're doing a software thing. We're gonna try to get to the bottom of why the remaining signals that we need to do in order to register ourselves as a wireless Bluetooth device that's been configured. We're this close. We're on the precipice of getting it. So Code Rush, thank you for the raid. We're looking at Arduino today. By the way, I installed the new IDE on my other computer. I don't know if I like it. Maybe there's potential for it to be okay in the future, but I feel like they've limited some things. Like I don't know. It doesn't feel quite the same. Like a broken feature in this IDE feels like okay, they made it this way and it functions, but it's broken. You guys are lucky I got to the mute button on that one. That would have blown out some speakers. Holy shit. On this IDE, if something's like broken and you don't like the way it is, it's like, all right, I guess I got to deal with it. But in the new IDE, if something's broken, I'm immediately irritated. Why didn't they fix this? Why is this still a problem? They gave a couple of like night modes, but none of them are quite as good as this sort of charcoal dark theme. I like my charcoal for the darkness. Yeah. A new interface that has to be instantly bad if you instantly like it. So if you like it, it's bad. I mean, it's the same thing, right? It like feels pretty much like the same thing. They've added a couple buttons like on the front face that were probably very necessary. I don't know. I got to work with it a little bit more to get like a good sense. Oh, you flipped the yeah. That's all right. We'll stick with this interface for now. This is fine. This is how I understand code anyway. I'm going to have to transfer this theme over to my other computer, though, if I'm going to use it like this, because this is much easier on the eyes, even easier than like the straight up dark mode, like black screen. All right. So these are the yes dear packets that we just kind of like reply to generically. I guess we also have our companion document to this, but where we are right now is we've gotten all the way down to registering our device. And I think the last thing we need to do, because this goes dead, right? This will do its job, do all the packet sending and stuff, and then it just stops. And I think where it's stopping is where we need to send it a signal. So let's take a look at what that is. Where's my Notepad++ document? I think that's still open here. Okay, cool. It's not. Open recent. There we go. Look at all this stuff. There's that cough. 1 sec. God, it's like 1,000,000 degrees out today. What is the outside temperature right now? I can't get to somewhere where I can see it. Oh my God. I think they're finally taking the recycling out. All right, good. What do you say here for temperatures? Come on. 81 degrees and humid. Welcome to swamp ass country. All right, these are just stored packets. We've got kind of like a generic, what this thing is doing is it's going through Bluetooth IDs. And I actually found out that some of these Bluetooth IDs are like my phone and stuff. It's actually like polling like stuff in the shop, including a US Bluetooth dongle that was plugged in over here. Like I could do a system report and see on the Bluetooth all of these same addresses. So these are just things that exist in the shop that it's pulling. It then comes to life and starts sending different packets. And what we found out is sort of this progression of packets coming through. Let's see. So where is the... There's an actual, like, a better breakdown in this, because this is where I was still understanding of... No, this is as good as it gets. So there's a bunch of different communications that we do here. I mean, this stuff was just captured over monitoring the TX and RX while the system was working. So what happens is it sends a bunch of command system resets, and then it sends, I guess, a event system boot. You wrote all that. We worked with this for weeks, yeah. Well, days, I guess. Working on a problem on stream is much different than working on it on your own. It's like you work at a snail's pace on stream because you're constantly explaining every single minute thought that goes into the development of something. But yeah, this is sort of the procedure that we observed. Because it's like when... Sorry, Scilabs has a certain sense of how to boot the module. I don't know what documentation the Finns who built the Granite Devices controller, I don't know what paper they were running off of in order to do their procedure. It probably would be good to find that, because then we could know definitively that we need to do this command now, but they could have altered that along the way. So what we did is we observed it directly, and I looked at the packets and the packet IDs, and then I went through the data sheet and I broke out which one is which. What are they doing? We even know their versioning hash for the module. So what it does is the device sends out a reboot. The module tells it that it reboots, gives it a bunch of information. It could ignore, the base station probably ignores all this stuff, right? But then there starts to become this little dialogue back and forth. So it says, I need you to set a certain bonding mode. I need you to set, and then our module says, yeah, we did that. And then I need you to do this bonding configuration. And it's like, yeah, we did that, whatever. Right? We're just getting it to get to the next stage. Then it sets a soft timer of 500 milliseconds, right? So we set the 500, or they tell us to set the 500 millisecond soft timer. And so we have a setup by which we are able to actually configure that in our code. Like when it sends us a timer, we're making a timer. So we tell it that we send it, and then 500 milliseconds passes. Then we send out that the software timer with the handle ID of 2 has expired. It's a very small packet. 500 milliseconds pass again, and then the timer's set again. Now, this is when we were observing it. I think we've gotten an instant reply on other versions. But yeah, set another soft timer. Or sorry, our timer has expired again. 300 milliseconds passed. Don't know what's going on there. Then command lay gap end procedure. So the hardware scan has completed, is what the base station tells us. It says, hey, I guess we're done. Really, the base station tells us that? Huh. Anyway, the module then says error. Okay, so yeah, never mind. This is the wrong one. that's different. I don't know why that happens. It shouldn't be expiring like that, but this is just what we captured when we were observing. So it sets a timer again for a third of a second. Expire, 300 milliseconds. Set soft timer, timer 2. Blah, 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 blah. It's all this handshaking is going on, right? Lowest value, interval max, blah, 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 blah. Latency, what is this one? Oh, set connection parameters. Again, we're just like, whatever. So we tell it succeeded, even though we're not doing anything with it. Then our timer expires again. SM configuration. I don't even know what that is. So we say, okay, yeah, we're good. Then our timer expires again, and it says, start your discovery mode. So it starts the discovery mode, and then we say, yeah, we received your discovery mode, okay. Scan response. So this is where we actually, I think, get into... Yeah, this is where we get into stuff actually happening. Trying to see. Timer 2, timer received. And then that's where we end. That's where we end our stuff, our capture of what was going on. Oh boy, this is a mess. This is a mess. I think what we need to do at this point, because my capture of what was going on ends there. We don't know if it's setting other parameters in there, other configuration parameters. I think what I need to do is just hit it with the all good signal at this point. And then we might get another thing back. Because yeah, we actually can initiate this weirdo procedure if we use the Granite Devices software to tell it to look for another module. It'll do this again, and it'll try to register another device. So we can set up multiple devices this way. Yeah, and then when we're in normal operation mode, we have a timer set, and then we send it a packet that represents RSSI and battery. So there's like a little handshake for RSSI, and then there's also a like a battery thing. And I was gonna try to characterize that battery signal before stream one day, and I ended up hooking up the wireless module to a 2-cell battery instead of a 1-cell, and it died. So I don't know if there's a voltage regulator somewhere in the module. I don't think there really is, that I could replace. I don't really think there is. I think it's dead. So we don't have the ability to capture this handshake anymore, which is obnoxious. It's really, really kind of bad. I'm not happy about it, but I'm not going to spend $75 to get another wireless wheel module. Man. All right, so I think we can still get over all this. I think we just have like just a little bit more that we need to code in here. And I need to figure out where that's going. Yeah, this is how it makes the timer. And then my button test function just sets it up to do a dumb butt every now and then, right? Void. Okay, where are we? I need to find out what that good packet is. I think this might be it, right? Event GAT procedure completed. Boop, boop, boop. And we can probably use the internet to help us with this, but Control F, GAT procedure completed. Here we go. Indicates that the current GATT procedure, I don't even know what that means. I think it's a get address TT. I can't think of what that would be. So indicates that the current GAT procedure was completed successfully or that it failed with an error. All GAT commands, excluding GAT write characteristic without, these are big signal names, will trigger this event. As a result, the application must wait for this event before issuing another command, excluding the two aforementioned exceptions. So that would be this packet, and I wonder if we send it this, if it'll just start working again. Or maybe there's another connection in here. I think there was an explanation of the procedure somewhere that we also need to follow, because can we find that command anywhere in this? Yeah. Oh, maybe that's not good. Huh. Characteristic value, connection handle 1. This would be the... Is this the packet or is this the device registration? God, this is complicated, and I feel like we're almost ready to be done with it. Connection handle 1, opcode, value offset, value array, and then it wakes up, procedure. I think I'm getting it. 3.9 is procedure completed, right? 3.9.6, sorry, it's actually 9.6. So it's 9.7. Let's look up 9.7 and see what it's saying here. If this is in fact where we need to be, because these start to look like normal signals. Oh, all the way out here. Yeah. God, this is so you guys are witnessing me just like in the pit. I am trying to figure out where we left off. We left off in a weird spot. We were pretty successful sending and receiving packets. It seems like we're getting close, and I could crack this right now. I just need to get really deep into the nitty-gritty in order to bring it out. It's like, you know, reverse engineering, man. You got to be like a complete, like, cover-to-cover expert and stuff. And when you're not, you're kind of flailing. And so that's kind of where I am right now. I'm flailing. At the top of our code, I had a couple links. But I wonder if we can find something. Well, the top of this thing, I also found some links. Hold on, I'm going to highlight that and go up to the top. Yeah, so that's just links to the API. I already have that open. Where's my highlighted bit? Oh, there it was. Wait, where was that? Bring me back. Oh, there we go. Okay. So the length is 2. 1, 2. This is a 9.9. This is a 9.7. Yes, yes, yes. Yeah, this is, oh God, my brain is like folding in on itself trying to figure out where we are. So I'm wondering if we can look up like a Scilab's white paper that would detail all of the, like, this handshake. I'm wondering if we can find a document that we can follow in order to finish this up. Because there's some unknowns at this point, right? What the hell is this thing even? It's the blue gecko. We could find other code that would bring it through the procedure, although that might vary. This is generic documentation. Maybe we can find some Bluetooth documentation. Yeah, this would be this site. So the API reference. This is where we'd look up all the, oh God, look at all this stuff. Scanner report. Oh my God. Data structures, not quite. Getting started. An accelerometer. How to use bootloaders. Peripheral reflex. Standard Bluetooth service? Possibly. Security and handling hard. No. Using network analyzer. No. The last thing that we want to deal with is RF, okay? We're not, no RF in this project. This is a force feedback steering wheel. It doesn't need any RF. I don't need to have disparaging components that I need to recharge. I'm not going to do that, right? I could have had this thing functioning all on Bluetooth, but I'm about to turn my own body into a Bluetooth device. I'm getting the Omnipod, the insulin pump known as the Omnipod, and that functions primarily with Bluetooth, as well as the glucose sensor that I have on my shoulder is also functioning with Bluetooth. So I don't need to be adding to the Bluetooth environment around here. I think the amount of Bluetooth traffic is already a little bit criminal. I'm gonna have a high glucose level, and a random speaker is gonna come up and be like, "Oh, your glucose levels. How'd you know that? Stop it." Yeah, I don't want too many wireless signals pumping around. So that's why we're doing this. Basically, is we're trying to remove the Bluetooth device, but we're trying to emulate it. Need a cyborg bother remote. Yeah, that's hard to do in tiny little pixel art, though. I have to get back to doing pixel art. I've not been in a good space to do it lately, but I've got a lot of good ideas. I think I lost one of the ideas, though. I had a really good idea for a good bother remote that I really would have enjoyed, and now I forget what it is. I forget. Oh man. Oh, that sucks. All right, whatever. I'm mourning the death of an idea that I didn't write down. Oh wait, no, I wrote it down. It's in my notepad. Okay, never mind. External memory devices are very important. So, I mean, all right, add a standard Bluetooth service to your project. Overview, getting started, blah, 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 Thunderboard. I just want to see what those packets are. That's why I'm wondering if I need to go and look up, like, somebody else's software for how they get the module up and running, and what the module says back to them. We need to do this from the other end in order to understand what our end is supposed to do. But I don't know if anybody's doing it on the look at this. They got this like software they're using that does all this stuff for you. Add service, GAT configuration, add standard service button. What the fuck? What is this? They got like their own configuration tool. That's cheating. I need lower level software solutions. Apply the changes of the GAT database. Oh my god. They got database files running on this just to further prove that basically all software is just a database front end. No, that's apps. That's apps. Apps on your phone are basically the front end of a database. That's what most websites are nowadays. Oh my god, this is too much. No, this is not what we're looking for. Yeah, it looks like their software is taking a lot of this low-level stuff, sort of. Wait a minute, what's this? No, that's not right. I mean, we've got... Yeah, that's not what I'm looking for. I'm looking for, like, a rundown of events that lead up to the device being, you know, registered. GAT server read request. Yeah, this is, So they get you all the way out to this high-level stuff with their own software, just doing all the procedure that we're trying to uncover in the background. Python-based host examples. I don't know if we want it in Python, but if we can get some packet structures here, I'll be happy. So, oh god, XAPI. Error code, class index, DFU, command, index 0, name hello. Yeah, I don't think this is the right. Maybe people who are smarter than I am with code. Yeah, a little bit of parcel tongue. I'm just, you know, Python. Python, for me, my experience with Python is, you know, as somebody who codes in C, C++-ish for Arduino, Python felt very sort of intuitive getting into it, and that you would just be thinking about how you want this code to run, and Python would allow you to write it just as... Reading Python is like a stream of thought. It's organized the way that a programmer thinks. That's been my experience with Python. It was actually really fun to program stuff in Python. And we got to get back into it when we get back to Burn the Subs. That's gonna be a bit of a moment where I reconfigure my brain to think in Python. There's like a hint of the functionality here. There's like a hint of the functionality here where we go through an order. Scan request, connection mode, discovery mode, address type, packet type, flags, legacy advertiser, generate data, start. Advertising set, connect type, hold on a minute. Start directed. Connection mode, direct connection mode. I don't think there's a lot of stuff that we still need to do, though. Discover mode, sync? No. This isn't the right place. I don't know. I'm getting a hint of what. Yeah, this is XAPI. That's what it said in the thing. No, all right, let's get out. Sorry, it's distracting. I'm seeing like echoes of what should be happening here. So, Scilabs, blah 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 blah. OS path and sys. Yeah, markup language for interfaces. I think it might define what all this stuff is. I'm just looking at how other software uses the module to get an idea of the end of registering a remote device. If you guys got better resources than I do, I'm open to them. But I mean, I feel like glucometer's beeping at me now. Can't win today. I can't explain anything. It's like, oh, I love it when it does this. This is one of the most frustrating things. Well, it's among it's among us the more frustrating things about this insulin pump. It just beeped at me, right, which stops me dead in my tracks. All the stuff that we were thinking about before shuffles off of the table that represents my attention span. And so with a blank slate, I'm looking at this thing, and my glucose level's high, and it beeped at me and interrupted me in order to indicate to me that my glucose level is high. As a result, it was giving a correction bolus. So now it's giving this correction bolus. I can't program it to do anything additional to that. It's giving me like 3 units, which will barely alter the course of this glucose level. I would like to, in that moment, and the moment's passed and it's done bolusing, but bolus is when you give extra insulin on top of the little bits of insulin that it gives you throughout the day. It's trying to get this line within the right parameters, right? It's doing a control system. So I would like to program it in that moment to give a bolus so that I don't have to spend my entire day thinking about diabetes. So I want to program it right then, but it's giving a bolus, and it's going to be doing that for another 65 seconds. So I have to sit there and I have to wait until it's done giving that bolus to then be able to give an additional bolus on top of it. Why does it alert me in that moment? Alert me afterwards. Jeez. So yeah, I'm gonna give it another 10 carbohydrates on that, which will be like 8 units. Oh, 4. Okay, huh? There we go. That'll probably kick that down, probably on the line. I don't know if it'll click it below. I don't think you can. I'm not sure about the auto boluses, if I can abort them or not. I don't know. I probably have to go through like 6 different dialogue screens in order to do it. I'm anxious to learn. I'm anxious to learn what the Omnipod's going to be like in terms of like the systems that I need to, the programs and systems that I need to learn. I'm anxious to learn it. I want the Omnipod stuff. I want to see what it's like. I'm probably going to have twice the amount of complaints. Server characteristics. Init database. That's for their own thing. That's what this is. New session, add service. Add characteristic. Yeah, maybe this isn't the right. We're sniffing up the wrong tree. I don't know what the depth of the Omnipod is. I used to have to hold the pump up above the water line. I don't know what depth the Omnipod offers. I think you can probably unclip the pod and do stuff like swim. Not that I'm, running out to the pool. Not in shape. I know round is a shape, but start advertising. Yeah, I don't know. I think we're barking up the wrong tree here. Oh, they mentioned it in the commercial. There are commercials for it. I haven't watched TV in a long time. I guess Omnipod is doing commercials, huh? Oh, that's right. They just released their new system. Of course they're doing commercials. Yeah. Beacon empty Bluetooth mesh. I don't know. All right. All right. Let's run our software and see where we're struggling, right? Because I've got all the serial printouts on this thing. Let's hook up the hardware. Let's program the microcontroller. Let's just run this and just see what happens. And then we'll kind of know where we are. If anybody feels like looking up something that resembles like a packet procedure here on how to get a device up and running, there's got to be something out there that will explain this to me in a way that I'll actually be able to read and understand. But I think barring that, we're just going to work with the hardware and take a look, right? God, I need a haircut really bad. I've been too much in the doldrums to get one. All right. Boop. So first things first, USB connection to the computer over there. We've got the serial connections still hooked up. I hooked it up to the oscilloscope as sort of an alternative way of viewing everything that's going on. I have 120 volts going into my 48 volt power supply, which this in conjunction with that, I don't know if this would provide enough current. Oh, I think this is 20 amps. And so this wouldn't be able to power the computer project. I've got all that stuff hooked up. None of the other accessories are hooked up because we're not worried about them right now. We're not worried about this microcontroller doing anything. This microcontroller controls all the physical stuff, actually hitting the ones and the zeros for buttons as well as the 2 analog inputs. We will eventually get this thing to speak serial, and then we don't need all of these physical connections. But we don't need this to be powered at the moment. I think it still gets power, but it doesn't matter. I think that's all we need, though. The unit is not going to be happy that we're powering it without the wheel, but I don't think it needs to be happy in order to interpret the buttons that are going into it. I guess we'll find that out in a minute here. So, all right, plug in the microcontroller, get that up and running. Boop. There's that. It's not going to do anything right now. And I think we need to put the latest version of the code into it. So make sure all of our configurations are proper. TNC 3.2, serial, blah, 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 blah. All that stuff is fine. So we've got the board selected, right? COM10. Yeah, COM10. Got a lot of COM ports on this machine. I probably need to clean them out. And then let's try to upload our code. Let's see where our errors are in this code. Probably have a bunch. Yep. OL does not name. Yeah. It's been a couple. It's been a little bit. It's been a little bit. Don't tell me moving. I guess moving all that stuff doesn't have repercussions, huh? Huh. All right. Didn't have many errors, huh? All right. So now we're programmed. We can open the serial monitor. We know that serial started, but nothing is trying to communicate with it. So I'm going to power up the Granite Devices device. We'll see if we get anything happening here. It's going to be fairly angry, but oh, hey, here we go. So it didn't really get through a lot. Oops, all right. So we got to open up the software for the Granite Devices controller. And it looks like we do need to have stuff plugged in because we had a couple timer expires and then just nothing. So it set a software timer. And then our timer expired twice, and that's it. I think it told us to, shut the hell up, and then we stopped from there. So, all right, we need projects, Mercwheel. What? Oh, stream projects. Merc. and then software, and this was the Grandity software, and then that, no, not Grandity, that would be SimuCube firmware configuration, whatever tool. All right, and there's that. So it's like, there's no, yeah, it's disabled a bunch of stuff, waiting for drive to get ready. I don't think we have the ability, oh no, unnamed 84, or sorry, 2E14, yeah, 842E14C4, blah, 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 blah. This is the direct copy that we made of the other one, and apparently we've connected it, but according to our serial, where are you? This is what happened. It just got into this configuration mode and stopped. I needed to be verbose about what signals it's getting back, I guess. There's currently no serial communication going on. We get to, I mean, like, system boot, set bondable mode, store bonding configuration, soft timer, timer expire, timer expire. So, what up, Pyro? How's it going? Yeah, I mean, we're getting there, right? Timer ID number 2 is expired. Don't worry about that. Jeez. What's up with you people? Take it easy. All right. I mean, like, I have the ability to have, like, all these packets are understood. And we go through a procedure of getting all of these, you know, different packets, and then nothing, right? We're not doing anything with it. It's funny, we've got all these commands and we only go through this much, huh? It sets a timer ID and then it expires. How is it even, like, if I clear list and restart scan? This didn't tell us anything. Why didn't it tell us anything? What's going on with that? I'm going to reset this device, and then I'm going to reset the base station. We'll see what happens then. Turn this back on. Let it come back up. It's weird, though. It scanned again, and then it found the same... there we go. There it is. Okay, so yeah, now we're doing a little bit more. Procedure completed. See, this is, okay, so we get all the way to procedure completed and then nothing. We're not seeing the typical operation that we are used to seeing, which is what we observed on the scope when we actually connected to the working, at the time, working wireless wheeled module. This one doesn't work. I overpowered it. I put too much power into it and I heard a little snap noise. And it never worked again. Yeah, it's definitively dead, and I'm very unhappy about that. But we can continue on. I think what's going on now is it's looking for a signal. It's looking for something to happen so that it can continue on. And I think maybe what it's looking for is some kind of a go-ahead, like an OK event, like, you know, EVT GAT procedure completed. It wasn't good enough for it. Because, yeah, we got the discovery. We send the registration. ID of 1. And then the procedure is complete. There's got to be something else that happens there after procedure completed. And here's where we get, you know, our fake signal strength and our fake Bluetooth ID. We changed this to 69, 69, 69, and it accepted it too. So, all that's good. We're this close. This is what I'm talking about, chat. We're so close. I think we just need to send it one more signal, and then it can get us into like a normal operating mode based on timer expiries. So let's take a look. Now, what is SI Labs going to tell us about that? I don't know. I feel like we were getting close with this stuff. Like with this example, BT mesh empty. What about thermometer? And we're looking for EVT GAT completed. Nothing. Can I search inside the all this code and see if it's I don't know how to use GitHub, so I don't know. Empty. Empty NCP host. Control F. No, nobody has that. Yeah, that it takes me. I've spent most of the stream so far explaining what we're doing. We basically want more buttons on our wheel. The only way to do that is to emulate a Bluetooth module. This is the Granite Devices SimuCube that controls a big 3-phase motor that I've hooked up to actual car parts for my simulation setup that we were supposed to be using 3 weeks ago in order to beat the My Summer Car Rally. That's literally the reason all of this technology exists, is to beat a Finnish developer using Finnish simulation products. I should have kept it completely Finnish and used, like, I don't know, does Finland have cars? What cars do they have? No, but I'm using a Mercedes wheel. We 3D printed a gated shifter, and I've got pedals out of a BMW. It all works really well. We just have to make it communicate with our base station now, because we've got more buttons than the system can handle with its simple inputs, so we need to use the complicated inputs. I could dedicate 8 buttons to the shifter and then have fewer steering wheel buttons, but I don't want to make that compromise. If we get this running, we're this close, then we can get all those buttons into the base station without too much of a shoehorn. So what I'm doing right now is I'm looking through other people's code to see if there's anybody that brings this module through. We need to fake that we are this module, and I need to find code where people actually interact with this module, because that's what the Finns did. They went online and they went, I want to add like a Bluetooth accessory to the SimuCube, and they looked around, and then they found this Blue Gecko shit, and then Blue Gecko, what is that? How do I use that? They got documentation, and then they implemented it from their system. So now we need to, it would be helpful if we could find the same documentation that they used, and then we can reverse engineer it from there. Yeah, Volvo or Saab would have been close enough. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know if this is the right stuff. We're going off of the Silicon Labs documentations here. It would be nice if we had a better example. What about the stack feature example? Bluetooth, that's a green gecko. That's not the right gecko. What the hell? What is this crap? Stack feature example. Example projects. All right. Reporting bugs. I thought that's what the geckos were for. Geckos like to eat bugs. The good old Internet of Things, huh? So here we are. Here we are, faced with a GitHub that's pretty meaty. Is this is it? It's just the README? What is this? What is this crap? Okay. Polymorphic GAT. This is getting complicated. Code example, adding a watchdog. What's that? Watchdog on a Bluetooth NCP firmware. What? I mean, I really don't care about this higher level stuff. Soft timer, EVT process, Watchdog and RMU. See, and then they've got their own like software. They've got their own software that they use in all these examples, and it's like, I don't need this. I want, you know, it's I need like the base level stuff. This is what's so annoying. I need to see if there's a separate command that we need to send in order to get it past this. The procedure has been completed. Let's look at this. I mean, we already looked at that, but we'll look at it again. I need to refocus because I'm getting distracted, and my own personal ADHD is separating us from the actual question that we need answered right now. Right? We don't even know what the question is, but we need it to be answered because everything is halting right when the procedure is completed. It completes, we're done, and everything stops. And so now, what do? I'm gonna cough, hold on. All right, okay. Current gap procedure was completed successfully, or that if it failed with an error, right? Procedure completed, we send it that, and it doesn't appear to even like recognize it at all. I wonder if we get a signal back. I don't think we even get an okay signal for the base station that we're done. In which case, I wonder if we need to be looking for that signal. Oh God, Lord Squeak and Jalopy Jones have like exactly the same number of characters in their names, and they're both camel case and they're both light blue. So I'm gonna routinely mistake Lord Squeak and Jalopy Jones. That is just impossible for me to differentiate. Base level stuff is wrapped in a wrapper because that's within C or C++, and the person who wrote that only knows Python. I'm really trying. Hey, no, don't you confuse me. Stop it. Lord Jones. So yeah, it's like, I wish it was unwrapped a little bit so that I could roll through, you know, the sequence of events. I also, by the way, I also have a system in this for printing out a packet that we don't understand. If the packet isn't recognized, it will, I think, print it out. I think I implemented that. I don't remember. I think what it does is it prints out the packet ID and stuff when it doesn't recognize the packet. So we're not getting anything from the base station. We're not sending anything to the base station. Everyone is stopped. I wonder if I need to put like just like a repeater on that, the procedure complete send, or if we delay it a little bit. Excuse me. Command gap, end procedure. Command gap, set connection parameters, start discovery, sending registration, procedure completed. Procedure completed. Application must wait for this event before issuing another GAT command. GAT service or remote GAT database was discovered. GAT discover primary services. We don't do that. We don't do that. Get app opcode? What? What the hell? I got this cough that's like in the background right now. These are all those GAT commands. Enable capabilities. That's for server stuff. Find attribute. Server enable. Man, like, we got to look at all these commands and figure out what one might possibly be the next to be sent. Let's look up event GAT procedure completed in our own capture and see where that is. Well, there's that. and then write characteristic value is the next thing that we see. A0396. Do we have another one of those that comes through? Because, yeah, we get a procedure completed when it first wakes up. And then we have write characteristic value 22990. 99 would be that. It's write characteristic value, but then it doesn't have anything on it. What's 39? Hold on, I gotta go back to the documentation. We need to look up 39. So what I do is I highlight that, and we're gonna look up the. Actually, we'll do number 2. Control F 29. Actually, that's exactly what we're looking for. We're looking for a 3 to be on the. Oh, there it is, 39. Oh, that's what that is. Procedure completed. God damn it. Oh, no. We're looking for 99? Hold on. I'm getting confused. It's all this information is just like rattling around in the bag known as my brain, and I got to reach in and pick up the right thing. Right characteristic value. This is a... Well, this is then a 9-7. So we got to look up 7, and we got to find one with a 9. So we're looking up 7, and then our it's not in the document. There's not a single one. Okay, that doesn't help. That really doesn't help. Or no, wait, no. We're looking up. God damn it. We're looking up 9-7. So we're looking up at the 9s, and we're looking for a line 3 or a byte 3 that is a 7. That one's a 1. 93, 94, 96, 91, 91, 92, 9C, 910, 913, 9B. There it is, 97. Read characteristic value. So when I got these logs are just one direction, which is unfortunate. I probably should have set it up with the TX and the RX as it is right now, set up 2 serial ports on the Arduino, and then I could have the Arduino. I was actually just getting to the point where we were able to take a capture like that. That was just as we were starting to understand the packet structure and relate it to that data sheet. So we've gone a ways since then, but I was just about, and this is what really kicks me, is killing the hardware when I did is probably the most obnoxious shot in the foot that I've done on a project in a long time. Just because we were right at the point where I could get a very clean capture of all the stuff that was going on. We could have had it relate to the packet structure and print it out directly, and have it directly give us the 1s and the 0s in the Arduino. And I bungled it. I blew up the module because I was excited about actually being able to get RSSI and battery information printed out on the serial readout. I just screwed up. So now we got to work without a full picture of what's going on. It kills me because I could have set it up to print out all these packets exactly, and I could have set up 2 serial ports on the Arduino so that we'd get a receive and a transmit, and we'd get a clean capture of the entire process going on. That wouldn't have made good content. No, it would have made good content. No, because that would have been a successful... I understand that, like, shooting myself in the foot at that moment somehow created more content. I don't like it because we should have been done. If I was good at what I do, we should have been done. So I don't understand. Read characteristic value of what? 9.7, and then we just got 0.0, but the packet length is supposed to be 3, so it's just like an errored packet. I mean, it goes to write a characteristic value, and then it comes back with one. But this is like, I don't know where we are in the wake-up procedure. See, I thought this is all junk initially. I was like, oh, this is all just junk. Nope. Turns out all this stuff is relevant. So read characteristic value, and I have a feeling we've already implemented that. This is just stuff that comes after the procedure completed. So I wonder 2.1? No. 8.8.2. Read the value of the characteristic from a remote database. Oh. A single characteristic value event is generated if the characteristic value fits into the ATT PDU. What? What'd you just call me? Oh, is that a 20 or is that a 0? It's an A0, so we need to find it again. We need to find the A0 version of that signal. 20 and A0 are just like the message type, whether it's a command or a response. So we actually have an A0 response. So we need to find 9.7 as an A0. 9.1, 9.3, 9.4, 9.6, 9.1. Come on. Wait a minute. So it doesn't exist as a, or am I looking for the wrong thing again? No, it's a 9.7. 9.7. Excuse me. With an A0 ahead of it. That's a 20. 9.11, 9D, 9.5, 9.0, 9.9, 9A, 9F, 9.2, 4, 3, 5, 0, 6, 1, 3, 4, 6, 1, 2, C, 10, 13, B. The only 7s we're finding are as a command. That's a weird one. All right, we can't verify that. Strange, because that's an A0. It's not a 20, and the one that we found is a 20. Odd. That's very odd. Anyway, let's move on and see what we've got down here, because this is a capture of just the entire thing coming up as a device. And basically what I've been using to sort of go back and forth. So the next one we're looking for is an 8.2 as a response, I guess. 8.2. It might base station might be asking for stuff, and this could be stuff that we already understand. I just want to roll through this because this appears to be where we left off. So 8.2. So we're looking for an 8, 8.4, and it's an A0. So we actually will go from the other end. So there's an 8.3, 8.4, what was it again? 8.2. What, was that it? Wait, yeah, that was it, okay. Event leg connection parameters. I thought we were already doing that. Whenever the connection parameters are changed at any time a connection is established. All right, that's what that's doing. Don't know precisely why. We can figure it out if we unpack the packet, though. Yeah, it's the same thing as up here, right? No, it's not. See, here's the other event lay connection parameters. So let's see what this one's doing. I don't think this is incredibly relevant. I'm just seeing if we can stumble upon some kind of a command that we haven't, run into yet, like the base station responding. Like, I don't know, there's another 9.6. 9.6. Procedure completed. Because our EVT GAT procedure completed is not going through. So 9.4. Wait, no, 8.9. What? We're the one we were looking up. Am I going crazy, chat? I think I'm losing my mind. We're actually 9.4. We're not 8. Where's 8.4? Didn't we just look up an 8.4? Ay. My brain is leaking out. I don't know. The 8.2, sorry. That's right. We're looking up the 8.2. Okay. All right. Such entertainment. So the 8.2, we've got a connection handle. So 8.2, connection handle 1. We got a 6 in there. That's the interval time. So that's 5 and 6. So this actually is reversed because it's little endian. So it's actually 0006. So 6 would be the connection interval. So it's 6 times 1.25 milliseconds. Then 7 and 8 are the latency, 0. 9 and 10, supervision timeout, so 0032. 32 times, so 320 milliseconds is the timeout interval. 11, 12, and 13, so 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Security mode, nothing. 12, 13, 00 FB. Oh yeah, actually that wouldn't be those numbers would be, you do hexadecimal and then you can do the equation. Maximum data channel PDU payload. So payload size the controller can send in a packet. FB, whatever the translation of that is. X to decimal. FB, convert, so 251 bits. That's a big packet. So our next signal that comes from the base station. So it's weird. I mean, we've got procedure completed. Then write characteristic value is coming back from the base station. It's telling it to write a characteristic value. We don't get that. We don't get anything at the end of this. I'm wondering if maybe somewhere around here, this procedure completed comes in, and then somehow the base station responds to something. Connection handle. Connection parameters. 8.2. Connection parameters 8.2 again. Okay, hold on. 9.4, 9.694, 9.694. No more 8s. Procedure completes here. All right, so what's 9.4? We'll just beast through the rest of this, and then we'll get a better idea of what the communication is. I only get one side of the communication, too. That's part of the frustration of this. So we're looking for a 9.4. And that is it's an A0, so it's a response. We're not seeing the base station do any other commands other than the one that we don't know what it is, the one that we looked up and we can't find. But it appears like it's repeating stuff. Discover characteristics by UUID. Ah, interesting. But that's a 20. Make sure that the one we saw was a 20. I think the one we saw was an A0 though. Yeah, so let's find the A0. A094. Nah, I'm clicking all the wrong stuff. Okay. So we need to find the A0 of that one. Where are the A0s at? Do we have the right documentation open? I think we do. 9A. These are still in the 20s. Oh, here we go. A093. Oh, there was a couple. 92. That's a 20. Okay. A094. Here we go. Get characteristic value, huh? Same thing? Indicates that the value of one of several characteristics of the remote get server was received. It's triggered by several commands. Read value, read characteristic value, when the character, blah, 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 blah. Remote device sends indicators or notifications that enabling notifications with set characteristic notification. Parameter at opcode indicates which type of GAT transaction is triggered by the event, in particular, blah, 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 blah. Send characteristic confirmation. Okay. So that's characteristic value there. This one is also doing that, but it's, for some reason, the length is 31. Oh my god. That's enormous. What is this thing doing? Why is it such a big packet? It's like an error. All right, what's 9.6? Hello? There we go. So we're in the A's. We're looking for 9.6. That one wasn't earlier, was it? No. So we keep going this way. 9.0, 9.6. There's the procedure completed again. But its length is 3. Oh, there's another command in here that we didn't parse out. So what's this one now? So our procedure's completed once again, which is, you know, we've sent. Yeah, we've gotten that command back, and then we don't know what to do next. So what's this? This might be the key. It's another 9.9. What was the other one we had? Yeah, write characteristic value with zeros after it. Except this one has a different characteristic value that it's writing. Or been told to write. Why did my... Okay, my computer just restarted behind me. Because it went... I think it went, like, tried to go into a power save mode or something and just restarted itself. I don't know why it's doing that. Every now and then, the new AMD build just reboots itself when it's going to sleep. So I gotta look at my power settings because it doesn't appear to be going into like a suspend mode. I didn't want it to go into a suspend mode. I wanted to just be on. Excuse me. Anyway, write characteristic value 2299. Okay, so what are we doing here? Let's go to our documentation. So we are in the 9.9s again. And we're back in the 20s. 9.4, 9.6, 9.2, C10, 13, B7, 8. Why aren't these in order? So annoying. 9.11, not again. 9.5, 9.0. That was it. All right. That was 9F. Thought I saw 9.9 in there. Damn it. The problem is I can't search both lines. It just doesn't. The API's documentation is just annoying like that. Oh, okay. 9.9. Write the characteristic to the remote GAT database. So what is happening here? So we've got actually 2. Wait a minute. 22. So that would be 22, and then this cut off. This feels like an error. So this has 3. So address 012. This one has 2. Address 01. Then we just get 970000. So that violates what the packets should look like. Either that's a bad capture or something weird is going on. $22.99.22. Seems like it's almost trying to say it again. Because what would this be doing? Well, the 4th byte, 0, 1, 2, 3. Oh, it's a 2.9. Wait a minute. No. 9.9. So then that would be the connection handle would be 20. So that's like an error. That looks like a transmission error. Because we don't have a connection handle with 20. Yeah, this is the length, and then this is the command. So if the length is 2, then it's saying 22. But if it's saying 20, that it's just not in the right structure for this command. So it seems like 22 something something tried to transmit at the same time, and everybody just got confused. Like 9-7. So that from here, it looks like this looks like a command. 2297. This somehow just petered out and died, and it's not part of what we were receiving before. Yeah, what was that? 297? But it's a 20, it's not a 0A. But it's almost exactly like the read characteristic value. Yeah. Or I mean, yeah, 9-7, and then the zeros indicate success, even though it like started to write something, and then it just said as whatever. It succeeded. But it did it as a 20, not a 0A. It commanded it. So maybe this is the key. Maybe we need to send this one right here. 22970000. Connection handle, characteristic value. What is it? No, but that would be programming it. 29700. Write the value of the characteristic from remote-GAT database. So that would be handle 7, which it was working on before. No, wait. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Right? No. The command is 9-7. Oh, we're looking at 9-9. That's where I'm getting confused. 9-7. 9-7. 6, 1, 2. I wish these were in order. There we go. 29-7. Read characteristic value. It writes, but it didn't say anything, and then it reads for some reason. And then GAT characteristic value, it's something gigantic is spit out, and then it somehow gets back into what it was doing. I mean, 396 is event GAT procedure completed. So A0, excuse me, sorry. It's doing the same thing here. A0396, so 3, 1, 2, 3, and then the 229700. Oh, that's right. Okay, so this is, oh, Jesus Christ. Hold on, give me one sec. This little back and forth. I coughed until I was dizzy just then. Jesus Christ. Oh, let the blood get back into my head. Okay, the typical handshake that we saw from the base station was timer expired, get the connection parameters, here are the connection parameters, right? So that's what this is starting to look like. It's reading back the RSSI information. Excuse me. It's not setting the timer that we need in order to trigger this behavior. I wonder if we just send our own timer. If we just send, hey, your timer expired, if we can trigger this thing into operating normally. That's what I'm kind of thinking about. I'll explain myself in just a minute here. I'm going to do a quick potty break because it's needing to pee is getting a little distracting. But I think I'm getting close to cracking this. Wait, maybe not. Hold on. We have this certain type of packet that's coming in, and then it's immediately getting responded to. We got several procedure completes in there, which I'm getting confused about. I'm getting very confused about them. The breakup of those two packets that are received, the 22 immediately following the A0, is something that we see later on. We see that later on. We see our module says something to the base station, and the base station then replies immediately. But we will send a string of two packets that are right up against one another. So it'll do the A03961, which is procedure completed. Oops. It'll send. Hold on. I'll just put that in quotes just because that's a marker from my previous efforts. I thought all this stuff was junk, but it's not. It's actually very complicated. Procedure completed, and then immediately following procedure completed, we get a read the characteristic value from the base station. Maybe we're missing that immediate, because if we say success, we are, well, the base station is saying, what's happening here? Hold on, wait a minute. Procedure complete, read the characteristic value. Do we need to, on our reply of get procedure completed, we need to send this packet. There it is. All that for just that. So I'm gonna poop, and then we're gonna come back, and I will figure out this signal right here. I think we need to send this immediately on receiving the sorry, I'm thinking about this the wrong way. I'm trying to think about this as a like send receive between two things. We have to remember that this document right here is just one side of that. That's all we see. So in terms of me, the base station, hey, me, base station, I am sending stuff to this module, and then the module reply. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Yeah, I gotta think about this. I'll be right back. BRB. Let's put up. I'll put the music back on. We'll do a little overlay action here. I think we're very close, and I think it has to do with what's going on right here. A008 and A031 lines both have the event character value. Yeah, because they're both 9.4. The command isn't the 08. It's 9.4. 08 is the length. That's the packet structure that we got from. So it's the first message type, 20 or 0A, right? It's either giving back information or it's giving information. Then you get the payload length. So that's just, however many bytes follow 4, or follow position 3, rather. Because position 2 and 3 are the attribute profile message ID. That's basically the ID of what it's saying, right? So all the packets begin with a 20 or a 0A. They then give you the length of the packet after the addresses. They give you the addresses, and then they get into the nitty-gritty. And that's common for all of the serial communications of this module. We're lucky that it's like that, because it's nice and structured. That way we can follow that structure. But all right, I'll be right back. I have to use the bathroom. I have to use the bathroom. How much time do we have on this? Yeah, I got plenty of time on that. Hello? Oh, it's playing. It's just super duper quiet. Why is it so quiet? Hello? Why did it... It just like randomly decided to be super quiet. Oh, it's a super quiet part of the set? Ah, that's what it is. It's preparing to insert an ad. No, I don't think I've had that happen. All right, I'll be right back. Thud, 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 thud. All right, I'm back. So I'm trying to think about what we're not doing here. because I think we can crack this. It's just it's hanging up, and what I'd like to see, what I think is actually going on here, we're at the very end of this, right? It may need a particular go-ahead before it allows itself to get into its normal operation mode. The normal operation mode, we see that there is a timer that has been set, and then there's a canned response to what's going on. Like it, yeah, hardware soft, this is generally what happens. Hardware soft timer, then there's a reply from the base station, and then we send this followed by the status that indicates what the RSSI is. That's the normal operation mode. It's like about approximately a third of a second that's coming in. So that's where we want to get to. We are somewhere here, but for some reason nothing is happening, right? We've done a lot of the due diligence stuff. We've registered our device, which is, yeah, somewhere around here. We send it. And we get a timer on there, and then it deactivates the timer. Gap connect ID 1. Right characteristic value. I think this 299 is what we're not sending out. I think that's where we are. I think we have to take the reins at this point and send it something. So I wonder if we send procedure completed and then we read the characteristic value. 229700. Let's send that immediately following EVT-GAT procedure completed. I think that's where we are. Oh my God. It took all that to get there, chat. All of that sussing out, all that sussy-bussy shit that we just did got us to, we need to send a packet. So, set soft timer, get RSSI, command gap end procedure. But then we need to send it every time it ends the procedure. Does it do we send that every single time? Write characteristic value, read characteristic value. The base station is the one saying this, though. Hold on a minute. Hold up. That ain't right. That ain't what's right. That's right. We're only looking at that's not hold on. Yeah, so okay, this is where I suddenly remember that we are in fact the base station. God, I'm gonna get through the entire stream today. We're not gonna get anything done. This is pissing me off. This is the problem here, is that we should be happily clicking away, sending and receiving packets. We need to say something to the base station to get it to go to the next part of this whole procedure. We don't know what to say. We don't have a recording of what was said. So somewhere in this process, we respond with these things. So we respond, procedure completed, get this characteristic value. Maybe we need to put the right characteristic value at the end of our procedure completed. We're telling the base station to read the characteristic value. Is that correct? No. The base station is telling us to read, or write, rather. Yeah, that should be right. Oh, that's okay, Jappy Jones. No, listen. This is one of those cerebral kind of streams where it's very tough to follow along. I completely understand from your guys' perspective not being incredibly interested in what we're doing. until there's results. And right now I'm in Number Town, and it is population half of my brain. I'm not even full brained on this thing. I appreciate you guys following along and helping out where you can. I just know that this stuff is insane. It's like insane to watch. But I'm just trying to think of what's happening here. Where's the error? Why isn't this springing to life and giving us more commands that are going to get us into the next step? What happened is we said procedures complete to the base station. The base station told us, wait a minute, maybe we need... Does this verify that the parameters are set when it says procedure complete? Because this thing says... Okay, so we are looking at communications from the base station to module. There's the other way around. I think it's amazing that you're literally reverse engineering from a junk file of code. It's cool, but boy, does it need a YouTube montage. Boy, howdy, does this crap need a YouTube montage. This junk data is a combination of, and this file's just full of crap. It's a combination of stuff that we've captured with a serial reader and a like directly copying down codes from the oscilloscope. So it's a combination, but it's just like a dump of everything that came in. Luckily, it's actually shaping up to be real data, but boy howdy, is it complicated. And the problem is we've only got one direction. That's actually a big problem. Yeah, something like that. Something like that indeed. Something like that indeed. We're only looking at one direction. What is the direction that we're looking at? We are looking at what the module is telling the base station. We are looking at from module to base station. We don't know base station to module. Whenever we respond with these A0s, basically most of the stuff here is an A0 because the module is reacting to what the base station is trying to accomplish. So most of the stuff here is reactions. The 20, however, is the base station telling, or the module telling the base station something. It's commanding it, telling it to write a characteristic value. I don't know why that is. Why is that a 20? We need to send that immediately after getting a write characteristic value. Check the forecast. Everything's hitting New York. Oh God, the change in the map when I hit look at my location is insane. Now it's just gonna be cloudy all day. All right. I should set up like a bird bath camera for when we're not when I'm not 3D printing and burn the subs down. Why are we replying with this giant characteristic value? That's insane. Look at this. 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Hot tub streamer, yeah. Because it's hot out. God damn fucking cough. I'm really sick of this cough. Yeah, it's like counting up. Look at this. 2A1. That one goes to 3. 0A4, 5, 0A6, 7, 0A8, 9, 0A10. What is that? Well, if we get asked for whatever 17 is, I guess. Yeah, I don't understand that. I think we need to send 229700. I think that's maybe where we're at. Because I don't think we're doing that. And that's sent to the base station. Yeah. Okay. All right. Yes. I think I understand what's going on now. when we say everything's good and ready to go, we need to then tell it to write a characteristic value for some reason. And that characteristic value 0 is just set 0. I don't know why we're writing that, but I guess we need to send that to the base station. Let's try doing that. Gap procedure completed, and then we're gonna hit it with our new thing. Boy, this has been just complicated, huh? Just getting back into the swing of it. So where'd we leave off? We were at something completed, right? Gap connect. Gap procedure completed. And then we do lay connection parameters. Wait a minute. No, this is a different one though. Okay. So we need to implement this is where multiple screens really helps, huh? Command get read characteristic value. So we're going to put that up here, and this will be one of our commands. This will be one of our send packets. So constant byte. I can't type properly. I think so. We need to actually tell the base station to write something immediately following the good RSSI or the good connection parameters packet. I think that's the there's a lot of confusion in like what's sending, what's receiving, you know, what's doing what. It's kind of tough. It's tough out here, guys. But I think we're figuring it out. I think we're well on our way. So let's see, what's that packet gonna be? We need to send this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We just need to dress these up with our 0x's on them. Boop, 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 and boop. We booped. Commas in there. Commas, more commas, additional commas, more additional commas. Okay. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And so that command get read characteristic value is what we're going to send once we send it the procedure complete. Do stuff. Typically follows procedure complete immediately. Yeah, it's sort of like the complexity of what's going on has sort of snowballed over time. This is moderately simple earlier. This wasn't that bad. Conceptually, it's not terrible. It's I need more buttons. How do I get more buttons? Well, plug in a Bluetooth module. That Bluetooth module is expensive and dead. So now I need to make one in software. All right, I think that's it. I think we send that, and we're gonna see what happens next. So I'm gonna send that to our little bubby. What happened? What'd you do? What did you do? What did you break? Chat, what did you do? I blame you. I blame you. You guys did this. You totally fucked it up. Everything is broken. I forgot a semicolon. There you go. Okay. Blah 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 blah. It takes its dear sweet time. I don't know if I like the new Arduino IDE. I've only had just a little bit. You made sure this is hard mode when you murdered Module Chan. Module Chan! I know. I shouldn't have. Honestly, like, God, it was such a dumb thing, too. Like, I had 3 connections, and I just, it's just the wrong one. And that gave it 2-cell power. All right, that guy fully powered off. You hit the reset button. Turn you back on. Oh, wait, I need to open the serial monitor. Hold on. Here. Open up the serial monitor. All right, serial's sharded. And so if I turn it on, we'll be able to see a couple little packets flutter in over here. Flutter in over. Oh, there it goes. Well, you guys can barely see those, but here we're getting a bunch of stuff happening. Well, we sent it. It didn't do anything for us, though. We didn't even... If we get a command that we don't understand, it will be printed out. It will get printed out on the system if we're getting something from the base station. Because we've got, in our switch cases at the very end, we have a print packet as a default case. So if we get a packet, we will compare it to what's in here, and we will then either print out the entirety of the data or respond to the command, right? Fuck. Command gap connect. Received gap connect. Then we fake think. Then send the device ID and stuff. Wait a minute. What is going on here? Oh, yeah, that's right. No, that doesn't make any sense. Is this... wait a minute. We're not doing any shifts on this. Input buffer 7. But that's not... That should be shifted. Right? Because for our device 1... Our device 1... What's going on here? wait, just 1 second here. (031A). Let's look up that command. Something is implemented wrong, and that might be the problem. So we're looking for an 03. We're looking for 1A. Go. Generic access profile. So gap connect. Yeah, okay. Message ID BD 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. Where's our dev 1? Oh, that's the... Our device is equal to the input buffer of 7. And the gap connect. This is where we're writing it into the packet that we're going to send. Yeah, okay. So we're getting from the input buffer, we're getting our ID. We're writing it into the packet location. That represents our... Is this one implemented wrong? 31A, and we're sending that back. Okay, all right. We're getting there. We're getting there, chat. Trust in the process. So that's 3.1a in the commands. What about in the... One B? No. What about in the responses? 0 A's. So 031A we're looking for. No. So it only exists in the 20s. Okay. This is a command that we're sending back to the base station. So we're taking a variable from the input buffer, and then we're putting it into the command that we're going to send. And then we look at our connection ID, but that's one location in that command. That's the address, BD, address of the device to connect to, which is 4 to 9. 4 to 9, that's a lot of characters. So what's happening there? I mean, we've got an ID of 1. It's waiting for the packet to finish. That's the problem. Then how is it? Wait, but it got the Bluetooth. It got the entire Bluetooth address. Start discovery, device registration, ID. That's device registration. But this is gap connect. Okay, let's look back at where this happens. Or not? We've been through this entire document. Boot. Base mod, procedure. So down here, connection parameters, success. Discovery. Scan response. Software timer. Oh my god, this is a mess. This is nice. This is nice and organized, but this part of the document is crazy. Yeah, if we send it device registration, we can set the Bluetooth parameters. But then we've got 2 bytes in there for, I think maybe we're just ignoring the stuff that, we're not setting a 4 or a 2-bit address. We're just sending one of them. So we only have to worry about discovery, mode, reset. Where's gap connect? Add procedure completed. There we go. Gap connect is a command. It's a 3-byte, and it's 1A, and then I've got 3 blanks at the end. So, 8, huh? This one's there. Here it is. 331A. This is the response to the command. Message ID. Result code 0s. And then the last one is the handle. And that's position 6. I think that's what we have set up. The handle's 1. Okay, so we've got all that set up. The packet we got, position 7. Packet we got, where is that? That'd be this, I guess. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah. Okay, so that's correct. Damn it! Screwed it up! Okay, it's not, nothing is broken. I wish something was broken, because that would give us an idea of what we need to actually do. We are getting the appropriate response and everything, and we're sending the appropriate response, but it doesn't appear to be working at all. Because, yeah, we send that command. Send procedure completed. Then we have it send read characteristic value. We don't get anything back. We don't get any response. Hold on. I drank water wrong. Oh, that was fun. All right. I don't know what's going on. I'm out of stuff. I do not know. I'm completely confused. I feel like I'm up to speed on the project again. I know exactly what happens here is that everything becomes very confusing and then nothing works. This is ridiculous. Okay, so we're at a point where we should be able to get it to the next stage by doing something, but we don't know what that something is because, according to what we see, everything is happening exactly the way that it should be. We, at the very end of things, we are sending it what we observed from the other device's behavior. So when we send, let me find it again. It's EVT gap procedure completed, right? Yeah, gap procedure completed. And then we send get characteristic value. So procedure completed, write characteristic value, and then we are asked for that characteristic value and we reply to it. We say, read, here's our reply from the read of characteristic value. What would Schrodinger's cat do about it? I don't know. Exist in a superposition. Low energy connection parameters, characteristic value, procedure completed, write characteristic value, write characteristic value. EVT cat characteristic value replies. End of the junk. Some weird stuff going on here. I'm just reading through the steps. I hate that when I read stuff I'm looking like this, because that's where the monitor is. I should put like the code up here, and then I'd actually be looking in the right direction for you guys to like see me actually reading this code. This is where the rubber duck comes in. I guess it's hard for you guys to keep up on this. That's where the rubber duck is a little less effective. You guys are somewhat like a rubber ducky that often has responses for what I'm doing. It's a little bit more than a rubber ducky, huh? I don't get it. I don't get what's not happening here. So, oh yeah, sorry. Those you can probably search for has attachment or something on the Discord if you wanted to look at these sheets, these absolutely abysmally put together sheets. We're gonna just throw things at the base station and capture some readings. So we need to finish this handshake. From what we observed, when everything was working, it would get through this handshake very quickly, mind you. It would get through this entire handshake, and then in normal operation, what would happen is the module would tell the base station that a timer's expired, and then the base station would ask for the RSSI back. And in that time, we could then send it a button press packet. We could actually try that right now. We could actually set up our button timer in this space. Like once we get to here, we can turn on the button test. So if, I don't know why I said disco, but we turn task 4 into a hey at me task. That's this, no, that's when we get discoverable. What I want to do is just do dumb butt. I want to set up dumb butt timer. And where did I put dumb butt timer? Button test. So what I'll do is I'll just run button test, because that'll just kick over, do dumb butt, and it'll set up our button push and unpush once we get to this point. And we'll see. I mean, if it, oh yeah, I've already got it right here. Let's see if it responds to a button press just out of the blue at this point. Yeah, this is essentially random bullshit go. Yeah, you're correct. You are correct, sir. Let's just see what happens. Because that, I think that's approximately 1 second of push down and a let go of a button. It might be that you have to hit the trigger buttons on the module in order to wake it up to get it to the remainder of this process. I don't think I had it spit out when it was sending stuff. I can see the button press packet being initiated and nothing's happening. Damn it. I was hoping that would do it. I was hoping that would do it. Nope. Pushing the button. Once a second, that packet's rolling in. I can see it. But the base station is laconic. That's not it. It's a damning sign when I've already set up all the code to do something. Then you know at that point that, like, oh, that probably didn't work. So we are sending the read characteristic value. It's just, there's no reply. And if there was a reply, we would get it, receive it, put it in our buffer, and then print it. That's just what this program does. I don't know where to go from here. This is why I wanted to pull up an example of you know, a similar process, because Granite Devices did not invent this out of nowhere, right? They didn't build this whole process out of nothing. So they're probably doing the minimal amount of stuff in order to get this implemented, right? They're probably doing the minimal amount on their end in order to, yeah, just get that Bluetooth thing going. So they probably followed some documentation somewhere. This is, in fact, Bluetooth. So what we're doing here, I think I've explained it a million times, but I'll do it again. Are you doing GAP or GAT? Is there a difference? There might be. I'll look in a second. The Bluetooth, there's a Bluetooth, the wireless wheel module on this thing. And it's like $100, and I bought it, and then I broke it, fortunately. But the problem that we're experiencing right now is, in order to get all this stuff, this fancy schmancy steering wheel and the shiftery thing that we printed out, in order to get, by the way, I probably want to replace that purple with like the blue, the clear blue that I bought. Anyway, in order to get all that stuff up and running on our system, we have what's called the LIN bus. And so this microcontroller here communicates using the LIN bus to all of my accessories. And then it uses a port expander in order to push buttons, quite literally connect buttons to ground, right? And then it also has two analog potentiometers here, digital potentiometers that connect via these Ethernet cables to the Granite Devices controller. There's only so many pins on those Ethernet connectors. It's kind of a shitty way to do it. I guess it's what SimPit people do. But there's only so many ports on that thing. And so what I'd done is I bought the Bluetooth connectivity kit for the wheel that has 28 buttons on it. We're trying to reverse engineer it so that I can get 40, 60 buttons, all the buttons in the world on it, by faking being the Bluetooth module. So we've got a Bluetooth receiver and transmitter, and we discovered that it is a Blue Gecko Bluetooth receiver and transmitter. And I'm actually kind of kicking myself. I could have saved $100 if I just, you know, read the data sheets and then emulated the Bluetooth. Whatever. Anyway, it's been a kind of a complicated process because apparently registering a Bluetooth device and getting it working wirelessly is a little complicated. There's still a bunch of little pitfalls that we got to do in order to get it running right. Event lay connection opened. No. We can try that in just a second. But yeah, we're trying to emulate that Bluetooth module because we don't want it on our system. I don't need Bluetooth, nothing. And if we were to directly implement it, do the port expander, Bluetooth module, Bluetooth receiver, be like a less than an inch Bluetooth. It's stupid. But yeah, we're trying to emulate that module because we don't know. There's no other API in order to communicate with the granted device's controller in order to press more buttons. There probably, to be honest, there probably is an API, but they pulled it off of the internet and the Wayback Machine didn't capture it. And I haven't contacted granted devices directly asking them that, but we did have like somebody who is, or supposedly is, an employee of granted devices saying, yeah, we were going to publish that. They never did. So. That random French accent in the API. Is that a, well, yeah, I love low energy. We're just reading it as lay. So, brief Googling, apparently different kind of device. There were 2 data sheets, and I think we got the right one. And that's the one that I've linked at the top of the code and everything. So, EVT lay connection opened after GAT connect. We're not doing that. And the follow-up was from the command legap connect documentation. A received event lay connection opened indicates that a connection opened successfully. Yeah, that sounds about right. We say procedure completed. Legap connect, that's the ID. Procedure completed, and then read characteristic value. So procedure completed might be what? But let's look at connection opened, because maybe it stuffs that little signal in there, and we didn't capture it anywhere. Oops, that was the wrong one. Maybe it's different. Yeah, maybe everybody's different. Maybe everyone's the same. Oh God, it's a huge. New connection was opened. This event does not indicate that the connection was established. Data packet was received within 6 connection interval. Do we send something like that? We don't have anything like that. Let's see. I dabbled in Bluetooth for a hot second. Nobody needs to go back into this stuff. Event le connection. A0B80. See, the only communication that we don't have in our capture is from base station to us, I think. Yeah, our connection is module. What we have in the sheets is from the module to the base station. So as far as I'm concerned, we've sent everything we needed to send. I think that's the direction that we're talking about. Because yeah, we're looking at everything that the module is sending to the base station. So I don't know why we wouldn't have an idea of what one of these other signals is. No, it's base station to module. Okay, yeah. So we would need to send this, and we probably have no recollection of this. Is that actually effective in explaining it? I hope so. Most of the times when I explain what I'm doing, it does not fit within the 1 minute clippy thingy. But thank you for doing that. We can maybe refer to that. Event length, connection management, remote device address. Okay. Address type. Public or random. devices role. I don't know which one we would send it to. Set it to, rather. The handle for the new connection, I think, is 1. Bonding handle values, non-bonding, other bonding handle. All right, let's set this up then. Let's make this packet happen. Go all the way up to the top here, and we'll set it as one of our so const byte command connection opened. This one's going to be a big one. Actually, I should probably... We'll set it up here. So I'll just set that up ahead of time. I think now on the base station should be referred to as ground control. I'll never remember. I'll never remember any of it. Oh my god. I don't understand why in the process of healing, your body has to make a total shit show of whatever the wound is. Like, I barely had a surface scrape of my arm, and now what it's done is it's scabbed over the whole thing, and it's made it look like I got in a sword fight when it was just a surface scratch. It was barely anything. I got another one on my leg where I just bonked it a little tiny bit, but it's decided to make it look like a deep puncture wound for no reason. It's just like, here's the scab, and it's gonna look super dire. It was like I fucking shot myself in the leg. All right. You'll take your scab and you'll like it. Yeah. Anyone else telling you to do Tybo? No, I just get into mock fights with swords. Yeah, so I got in a fight with a guy with a sword. Yeah, I survived just because I'm so good at medicine. So we need to start setting this thing up. So this would be 14, so it's 15, is equal to packet, semicolon. So we're starting out, this one is a, wait, this one is an A0. That means we would be responding to something that was asked. Well, let's do it anyway. Do we need opened or established? Or maybe established comes later? Reports when the connected devices are already bonded and when the role of the Bluetooth device is. This would probably be a slave device, I would think, right? Or no. How do you know what type of device it is? Because if we're established a connection to a remote module, that module says when stuff happens. Oh yeah, +4. You're right. You're right. But it's no, it's not +4. I'm going off of this. This is the one that includes the addressing on it. So it's 14 + 1 because the length of these things are 0. Yeah, so that is the correct. So 0x A0, and then 0x, what's our length? Is B. And then our, oh, capitalize that. That's right. No, you're not even at a zero-sum game, because actually identifying one of the packets that I need to send has put you so far into the good boy zone that you're not having a little backseating error is not gonna unset all the goodwill. All right, yeah, I'm just gonna go through this and make the packet. So our example is our Bluetooth device that we are emulating, the one that I blew up. We're wearing its skin. So A00B, and the next one's 8. And then the subcategory is 0. Weird. And then BD address 4 through 9. So we'll just copy what's on the line above. And we're not doing the 6969. So it's 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That's our ID, address, or whatever. And then after that, address type. Address type can either be a public or a private. Public or random, I guess. I guess we'll just make that a public. So it'll be 0x00. I hate how they send a full byte in order to communicate a binary value. It only counts if I'm right. Well, it's the Backseat Gaming Award if you're right. If you're wrong, I don't feel that this is a. I feel that this is worthwhile. So that is the MAC address, isn't it? That's the Bluetooth ID, I guess. So then the handle for the connection is 1. Handle for the connection's 1. Bonding handle value. Yeah, oh, wait. Handle for the connection. Bonding handle values. No bonding or bonding handle. I don't know what that is. Bonding handle. We haven't had a reference to the bonding handle anywhere. It hasn't been referenced at all. Advertising set too. Yeah, so I'm just gonna give these zeros, I guess. Or just making it up as we go along. This is a rare Wednesday bother because he's barely gotten out of all of the stress of the week. The past 2 weeks have brought on him. My folks bought a shitload of plants, and they scarpered off to England for some kind of a conference. From there, they went to Scotland or something. I think, yeah, Scotland. And they've been bouncing back and forth because they got COVID. They were supposed to be back by now. In addition to that, I had a weird thing about getting insulin. I had insulin pump companies completely ignore my request. The pharmacy, rather, said, oh, yeah, we'll get those in stock soon, and then we'll fill it. Okay. Well, the "and then we'll fill it" part is apparently optional. So I've been a bundle of stress. I'm about to just throw out. Yeah, I'm gonna throw out the whole house. What a good son watering their 1,900 plants. I wish they just waited to buy all these fucking plants, because I gotta go water for like 2 hours now. So if my parents get back alive from their international travels, then they will still have plants. I don't know, it's just stressing me out. It takes me an hour to water the entire place. Tulip mania. I mean, part of that is also keeping my own hot peppers alive, though, so, you know, it's a trade-off. But, man, I've just been, like, through the ringer, and I don't know why I'm so stressed about all this stuff. It's, I don't know, everything's really girthy. It all has a lot of weight to it. So, I've been through the ringer. Streams have been spotty. I'm getting back into it now, right? So we're getting back into it. Event late connection opened. We need to send it now. So hope everyone pulls through and things level out. My dad tested negative. My mother is still testing positive. That was literally like 10 minutes ago. I learned that. Compound stress is a thing. Yeah, you know, I'm learning about all this stuff. Decision fatigue I learned about recently. More coughing. Hold on. Yeah, the not having insulin thing. You know, I've been a diabetic for 29 years. How many years of it? Wait, You guys aren't allowed to see this calculator. But minus that number. 30 years. I've been a diabetic for 30 years. 30 years, everybody. Diabetic. Father's over 30? Oh my God. Yeah, for a little while, people didn't even believe that I was over 30. If I shave the mustache, I'll have a baby face. A wrinkly baby face, though, so it's kind of like an alien. But anyway. I hate that both of you are blue. I commented on this earlier. I was like, there's no way. They're both blue camel case with approximately the same number of characters. It is intolerable. I can barely tell them apart. I have to like squint and concentrate, because when I'm streaming, I'm doing this. I'm not concentrating on who I'm talking to as much. Okay, so we need to send that signal. When do we send it? I don't know. Maybe we need to just like wait a second and then send it, or do we immediately hit it back with this? Oh yeah, what's it called? I need to go get the packet. Hold on. We need to get evgat procedure completed. Evgat procedure, it's completed. Let's copy this. Now this is going to trigger on the outset of the packet. I don't want to miss anything, but at the same time, we know nobody's replying, so I think it is safe for us to put a delay in here. So we'll just like put like delay of like 10, and this is like just for testing. And then we sned. Then somebody came in here. Why did you know, streamer, you misspelled send? And it's like, buddy, I don't have the time or the bandwidth to explain to you that send is a protected thing in the sorry, what was it? Blah blah blah. Oh, did I get the wrong? Hold on. Got the wrong packet. We want procedure completed. We want this one up here. Connection opened. Like I don't have the time or the bandwidth to explain to you that send as a word is not allowed to be used as a function name in the compiler. And when we send something, I don't want to use the compiler send. I want to use my own send procedure, because we have to kind of rearrange all this stuff. News sucks. This makes no sense to me. It's calling. What? What are you talking about? All right, so we want to send this event. And we want to sned, because that's my own personal send command. Let's sned this. So we delay 10 milliseconds is a little much. Let's give it like 5. 50, that's outright. 5, that's so long. That's a long time. Your words that are coming out of the front of your face aren't making a lot of sense, but I think I get the gist of what you're saying. All right, so delay 5 just for testing, and then we'll send this experimental packet. Event connection opened. And so we can upload that. Serial started. We can reset the granted device's controller. Let's see what we get. Boop, bop, beep, bop, 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 boop, bop. Blah, blah, blah. Aha! Hey! Cannibal Jesus is the hero that we've needed this entire time. Wait, why is it starting over? It's like re-registering devices. Okay, hold on. Wait, here's something we can do now. It might, but I want to do this. And then let's try it. Let's move it, because that was our normal operating mode. We were actually normally operating. It's just something weird kept coming up, and we'll have to investigate that in a bit. But look, even when I turn off the module, I guess we're still sending a timed response. Why are we doing that? Wait, we're still sending data out. Why are we still sending data out? We shouldn't be. Wait a minute, we shouldn't be sending anything out. Why is there still serial operating on the line? I didn't tell it to do anything. It shouldn't be sending anything. Unless it's, oh, it's not, maybe it's not clearing the packet. Yeah, it's not clearing the packet. Whoops-a-daisy. So it keeps, I think it keeps thinking that it's getting a signal. Oh no, we clear the packet up here. Well, we should wait to clear the packet anyway. Well, the problem is that it's still alive. How alive? Too alive. Sorry. Whenever I jump into like weird independent rap meme stuff, you guys will never get that. Oh, okay, it kept our timer going. But why do we keep doing registration? We're not getting a signal back. We need to solve this a little bit. Hold on. So it set that timer, and we're still responding to that timer. And that timer is when it does all of its little RSSI stuff, right? It does RSSI, and I think, no, that's not. It's just like a canned response. And then periodically, we need to set up 2 more timers on this thing. We'll set up timer 0 and 1 to be RSSI and battery signals, and we'll just give it a big interval. But then in addition to that, I guess this device registration. Why do we keep sending that? How is that not a thing? It's setting up a different timer. Why? Or no, sorry, it's... Well, hey, it's me just keeps going again and again. We set that as... Yeah, that's an error. That shouldn't be happening. Because it keeps setting timer 2. And all the information, I think, is still in there. Timer active. Position 4 is equal to active. And then it, for some reason, it sets up this timer in addition to the other one. And timer 0? I think it just set off all of our timers at once. It activated them all. That's a little weird. And it should be capable of setting up its own timers. Buffer 0, 1, 2, 3. Timer cancel tasks that. Unless it's like somehow setting up a bunch of timers at once. Shouldn't be doing that though. Something's breaking in our timer thing. Hell of a way to learn Bluetooth. Yeah, I know, right? Unplug it before it takes over. I know. We're now so like I said, we're this close. Like if there was a position on the dial that was like we did it, we just jumped to we did it, but now we're a little bit past it because now there's stuff that's broken. By accomplishing this, and Cannibal Jesus helped us unlock this suddenly. By doing that, we've unfortunately uncovered a couple things that are broken in my code. They are very, very broken. Timer 0, timer 1, and timer 2 are all activating at once. And that's not the way that this is supposed to be going down. That's why we are registering our device and setting off timer 0 and setting off timer 2. Well, the timing thing is working nicely, kind of. It's just we're not deactivating the timers. It could be that it tried to run some of these timers that I have going on the side. It could have tried to activate a bunch of different timers. I wonder how many of these timers it actually... Because it really should only be activating one singular timer. Let's try to capture the end of that. Capture the end of that and see if we're getting like a signal back. So I'm going to hit restart on this thing. It's going to unset all of our stuff, and then we're going to bring it through the procedure and see what's breaking. I think before we do that, let's I want to get rid of the button presser. I mean, for all intents and purposes, it could probably be this gross, right? It could just be doing that constantly, and we might still be able to get it to work. We'd just be doing a very bad job of pretending to be a Bluetooth module. So what was the comment was before event GAT procedure. So this is the wonderful fixing thing. Connection opened. Maybe we take that out of there. Take this out of there. Not doing the button test yet. We put it up here. Connection opened. Procedure completed. And then immediately read characteristic value. Let's see if we get that correct. And what's interesting is that I think the Cannibal Jesus uncovered this response. We probably could have sent this response like really early on, right? I'm not using your weirdo term. I'm not doing it. We got a module and a base station. We're gonna call it that. All right, so let's turn this on. Beep bop 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 bop. Beep bop 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 bop. Yeah, we got a connection. We have something we don't understand. Don't auto scroll. I need that data. Okay. Oh wait. Is this like just stable now? It didn't even break the timers. Oh. My timers didn't break. We have one signal that we don't understand, though. We'll look at that in just a second, but I think that I don't know why the timers broke on that other one. Maybe because of the out of order packets, something weird happened and it sent a signal that we don't understand. But check it out. Oh, I didn't make the button event announce, but connected, battery 2, signal strength 100, and then we go over to this tab. I think the timer's a little messed up. I think the timer didn't get established for button pressing. But oh no, I see the packet in there. I see the button packet. It's not listening to it. Battery wait. Unnamed BP. We should be seeing a button getting pressed and unpressed, but I don't know if it's really going through. We need to set up the battery and the RSSI timer as well. But hey, timer expired. Get RSSI. Event late connect. Oh, that R and W should be on just separate lines. And it's R and T as in transmit, so that should be print line. Okay, get RSSI is just a, it's just like a keep awake thing that it does. We just cracked it, guys. We just cracked it. That's excellent. The only thing we are missing now, my neck just cracked. I was like, the only thing we're missing now, and it was like, pop! You guys didn't hear it, but like, Okay, I don't know why all of our timers exploded, but we also still need to get to the bottom of what exactly is going on. What is this new thing that it's sending back? It's trying to get us to set something. So, system reset, boot, bondable mode, bonding configuration, hardware soft, timer ID. So it sets a timer, and then it expires twice, and then it does the LGAP procedure. Command, software timer, connection parameters, etc., etc., etc. Start the discovery. Then we fake thinking, and we do a little device registration. Connect ID is 1. Open the connection. Procedure completed. Read characteristic values. End procedure. Then we get 298, so 80, and 8 is a connection parameter. I wonder if it's communicating back to us. Boop, boop, boop. 80. Oh, that's this. Event. Event lay connection opened. Oh, so this is actually... It's repeating the command back to us. Except it's 32. What's that all about? Bonding handle values. So the bonding handle is 32? But there's no device on there. Hold on a minute. Connection management, message ID, 80, 80, remote address. So 8, hold on. 80 is the message ID, address. So it would be 6060. It's 5. 006060. And then no handle for the new connection. 32. Bonding handle values. FF is no bonding. Other is the bonding handle. Does it want to set the handle up as 32? If it claps back with this, and then at the end it has no advisor. I don't know if we need to set a bonding handle value. Maybe that's why it's not recognizing the button presses. Because it's maybe not. Because this one is set as button 9.4. I think it's set as 1. Or 11? I think it's set as 11. Dish getting complicated. This is getting weirdly complicated. So yeah, we need our device to send back or send out battery level and RSSI. And I think then maybe the program gets into a happier place, because right now it's saying for battery it says wait. And I don't know exactly. And it looks like it gets the RSSI from a different different source. So let's get an RSSI packet so that we can send that out periodically. Periodically, or maybe we could just send it initially, and maybe it'll just keep it. We don't need the battery level or anything to change. So maybe we just send one out, and maybe the software just reacts to that. Excuse me. But it doesn't appear to be stuck in any way. So I don't know why it's not listening to the periodic button packets that I send out. It might be that we need to respond to that parameters thing. But yeah, up here. soft timer ID, time equals 2710. All right, so there's 0. Okay, so if we take from here, go up, and we look at these two right here, these are our buddies, 21 and 1A. That's why I'm wondering the one that's 32. But it 01 is our device. So let's hit it with a battery packet. We do that. We'll do that right on initialization. Oh, I have to make it. I have to make it. Well, actually, we can activate it as an RS. See, I set them up as RSSIs, as like timer things. Maybe I'll set it up first just as a fixed send packet. Battery level is equal to curly braces, semicolon. Put that thing in there, and then we can 0x them. This has been complicated, but we're actually just almost done. Oops. I mean, I'll do a little code writing, you know, in the background in order to get this back into, because like if everything went super smoothly, which it is going pretty smoothly, it's going to take me quite a bit of time to get the LinBus stuff running alongside of this. This is where the program is going to get completely bloated. And that's why having a main loop that's very simple pays off. Because what we'll do is we'll have the very simple main loop, and I'll add to the main loop all the LinBus stuff. And then I just have to move over a bitch-tillion number of global variables, timing things, and just all that garbage needs to get just shoveled over onto this other program. It almost makes sense to, like, it probably would make a lot more sense for me to write a, what is it, a library, like my own LinBus library, maybe my own, whatever packet library is. But instead, I will opt to make this program 10 zillion lines, and it's all just going to be in one big 5-pound paper bag for this 10-pound shit. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. No! 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. I hate that you have to do this. It's like, Jesus Christ, we invented computers to count numbers. Why am I putting that in there? Anyway, battery level is now a thing. So now I can just do all the way down to here. This is like a fixed procedure. What I can do now is serial print line, transmit battery. Ah! Why are you not level? Why is it? Oh, God, I hate. Sometimes the compiler is very annoying. T battery level, beep, bop, bop, beep, and then sned battery level. Now, I should probably build in something to unpack the command that it sends. So let me grab this. Actually, that should go after that. Well, legap connect is actually, no, legap connect is the end procedure. It's just that after that, we receive that weirdo packet. Maybe I need another engine to send something out. So this new case is 080. 80. And what it's doing is it is 80 event lay connection opened. Received event lay connection opened. And then it's going to be connection opened, and then, oh, do I want to have it print all that out? Because it's like, it's a bunch of bullshit. Ugh. No, I'm not going to have it print all that stuff out. We're not altering the discovery. So it sends a success, and then it clears the packet. We don't need it to send a success in this case. Yeah, that'll just let it identify whatever the packet is that comes in. Because apparently sending a success back is not doing it any good. Although, to be honest, maybe we do need it. Maybe that's why we're not registering buttons properly. I don't know. I really don't know. Because this is a weird kind of curveball that it threw at us, sending us back this thing and having a weird address. It said, hey, set it 32. I don't know what that really necessarily means. Maybe we need to observe it again, sending out something. But right now, what we're going to do is we're going to send it that battery level. That's sort of the big change right here. Is we're basically hammering it with a bunch of packets at once, but we're going to see if it also will respond to a battery level packet, which might collide with it trying to send us something. What up, Grub? All right, so let's upload that. We'll just see what happens. I mean, I could even build it into the thing where it replies to the timer expiring and just have it send that anyway. All right, restart it. We made really good progress today. We actually got this thing almost listening to button presses. All the shit that we had to go through in order to get it to do that. Okay, so there it is going in normal operation. But our button's not being pressed. Oh, man. And we don't have a battery status. So we probably have to wait a little bit longer to give it that information. So, low battery charge detected. How? How can you be so sure? Motor faults, under voltage, initialization fault. Yes, I know. I'm very well aware. Okay. It's weird that the analog inputs are disabled for this. Oh no, we only have 3 and those are those. Okay. No word on... There's our battery 2.0. Oh. It seems to think there's a battery, but I guess not. All right, so what we'll do is let's set up so that once we do this, so we send the connection get RSSI, let's send a battery out as part of that. Our button test is still going. So print line battery level, send battery level, packet right here. We're not even sure, because what I'm worried about is that the base station is registering our device as number 32. Actually, I should keep that packet raw. The 8181 packet, we should unidentify, and then that way it'll print out every time, so I can see if the address is changing, if it's like counting up or something like that. Okay, so let's try that. Upload. So now what's going to happen is it's going to ask for a parameter, and then we're going to immediately give it a battery level after that, every time. And then in the near future, I can set that up to be on a timer, so it doesn't need to always be transmitting the battery. Reset our device. We're close. We're pretty close to getting this functioning. Beep, bop, bop, boop, bop. Bop, bop, bop. It's still 32. And we're communicating that battery level. But it doesn't register it. Well, okay, here's the other test. Here's the other test is I need to plug in everything else. If this is in an error state, it might not register that buttons are being pressed. Because on the what we have right now, one of the buttons is actually always pressed. It's the neutral indicator. So we now need to hook up the rest of the system. I think that's where we're at. That's where we're at. That means I gotta plug everybody in. So I don't need everything. I think just the steering wheel is probably enough. We don't need to do the LIN bus stuff. So we'll just do these two. Which actually, when I do connect these two, they connect a bunch of the LIN bus. Anyway, irregardless. Oh, look, Valve, I've made a cable that doesn't break constantly. How weird is that? Although I probably would charge $131 for this one. God damn it. Fucking assholes. My index has blown up. Fucking stopped working. And it had been sitting on the shelf for several years. Well, it hasn't existed for several years. It's existed for about several years, but it had been sitting on the shelf because it's VR and I'm not going to use it every hour of the day. Well, their warranty only lasts a certain amount of time. So that time apparently ran out, even though I'd had problems with the thing before and gone through their help system. So last night, they basically just said, after going through 4 days of troubleshooting, including, not limited to, unloading all the drivers and stuff, and a bunch of other annoying crap, they basically emailed me back with a middle finger saying, it's not under warranty, bye. And they didn't issue me a new cable. They instead linked me to where I could purchase the cable for a mere $150. 130 or something like that. I don't know. Why is this thing... It's not supposed to do that. This is supposed to be, like, locked. It's just loosening itself lately. I don't want to break any of the cables inside of it. This is a rebuild kit that I found for these Mitsubishi Mel Servo connectors. It's pretty cool that I was able to actually source a kit for it and then use the actual connector in order to connect all my stuff. Inside of this housing is just a CUI incorporated encoder. It's a fairly common consumer, you know, better understood encoder, but I kept the proprietary Mitsubishi Mel Servo connection. 12 hours of soldering and you just, holy shit, man. I gotta get to bed earlier. My sleep schedule's just been terrible and it's taken a toll on me. People in chat are talking about compounding stress after I described all the shit that's been going on and what I've been dealing with. And maybe that's the case. Maybe that's the case. We made a lot of good progress today, though. I think Cannibal Jesus blew the top off of the whole thing by finding a signal that we are supposed to have sent. And once we send it, we get into the normal operating mode of the module. But we're not responding to key presses. And I think it's because the Granted Devices controller needs to detect the servo and everything in order for it to be happy with normal operation. So I'm hooking that up right now. We'll see if we can get our 1 second timed button to press and unpress and get depressed. All right. The Index headset thing has me really pissed off because they literally just brushed me off and said, here's a link to our parts store where you can buy a $130 cable. Like, hey, can you give me like a discount card or something? Just because this is like, you guys built this wrong and that's why it's broken. I didn't run over it with a chair. Like, fuckers. All right, so turn this on. Oh yeah, we need to reset our microcontroller so that that's ready to go. Turn it on. Does the cable at least have a... No, that's literally... I went through troubleshooting to the point where they identified the cable as the problem. Oh, what's going on here? Oh no, we're just doing normal stuff. There's our pressed button. Looks like our button packet is not doing anything. And we still don't have a battery status. Did I enable the part of the thing that did the buttons? Yeah, button test. Yeah, the cable doesn't have any kind of a warranty on it, even though I spent, what, $800 on the fucking headset? And a design flaw is what causes them to break. So... it has like a 1-year warranty or something, right? But like, okay, charge me $60, $70, $80. $80 for a cable, and I'm starting to worry. $120, $130 for a cable? For your design flaw? I'm a little beside myself. And the fact that the problem started to express itself early on when it was still under warranty. I just didn't use VR enough to realize it. Yeah, so we send it battery level every time, even though that might not be battery level. It might be something else. We just send it that packet as part of the ensemble. And then when a timer expires, we send it a button down or button up. And it should be every such and such time. What was that timer? Every second, push down, push up. But we're not seeing it in the list of buttons. So what could be the problem? What if I set the ID of our button press to 32? Since that's something that was sent back to us. Because, I mean, we're operational. We got the button here. Wireless wheel modules shown. And I think if we told it to scan again, it would probably end up registering another one. Yeah, so we've got those levels there, but our pushy buttony thingy is not working. And it, according to the logs, appears to want to register 32. Maybe we let it be 32. Let us try. And that may mean that when we send that signal, we need to get that ID back and then overwrite it. But I'll try it this way first. So if I set it to 32, that would be our device 1. I'm going to take this. Paste it down here. Or no, wait. No. It's the button press packet, and I'm looking for battery level, our device. Connection opened. Battery button. Here we go. So A00B9411. Let's take a look at 9.4 just so that I know what's going on. Control F 2 0x94. Or no, that's not right. What am I doing? What am I doing? Okay, that, and then we're looking for a 9, and it's 9.4, and it is a A0. So 9.4 as a response. Searching, searching, searching. 9.3, 9.4, there it is. So characteristic value is just like its way of communicating something has happened. Connection handle. So it's 1. 11 is just part of the characteristic data that's being sent back. So what if we set that to be 32? Yeah. Button 1, 3, 2. Let's try that and just see if it works. Turn this off. Bleep. All right, ready to go. Turn it on. Beep bop boop bop. Beep bop 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 bop. Okay, and then we can look here. No buttons being pressed. Ah, man, come on. Ah, you bastard. Just not doing it, huh? Just not doing it. Yeah, our initialization is working just fine. I just, for some reason, we can't get a button to press. No, I didn't end up responding to the new packet. We kind of just ignored it. we kind of just swept it under the carpet. And I could send a response. I probably have to do more in there if it's going to be reprogramming the IDs. I need to actually set button of something to equal that ID, which I guess I can do. I can just set that. Only put it back to 1, and then I'll put in something that sets that ID. That's the advantage of having everything splayed out like this. Although I can get rid of all these. These aren't actually used. Boop, 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 boop. Where's BTN? That's right there. So instead of 32, we'll just put it back to 1. And that would be 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. So button of 4. And that's when we receive that new packet, which is right here. So button of 4. Position 4 is equal to input buffer of 0. So the first bit of information is the handle ID when we receive this command. And we're putting that into the 5th position of the button command, because that is the 4th position, because that is the connection handle. Wait, are these 0? These are 0 indexed, so it'd be, no, that's correct. It would be the 5th position. Yeah. No, that's correct. And then the input buffer is -4, because the input buffer doesn't store event length, general attribute profile, or message ID. This is correct. Okay. Whew. And then we'll be nice and we'll actually reply that we have done something. I think you might have misinterpreted the new packet. It's 0800, right? Ah. I mean, connection set parameters. Oh boy. What is all this crap? So maybe that's connection parameter related. Oh wait, no. Here's where we got the record of it. So 80 from the base station. You don't think I need to actually do any shenanigans with the addresses? Oh, right, because these are the parameters. Yeah, I think you're right. I think you're right. I think you're right. I think you're right. Right. Well, that's not, then that wouldn't be why we're not sending. I like that I can just do one line of code in order to implement what I was about to. Hold on. In order to implement what I was about to implement. All right, let's just try responding to it and just see what happens. Oh, I should probably change that title. Hold on. What is it? Did I get the right one? Set parameters. Command lay connection set parameters. All right, now that's properly implemented. Yeah, maybe, I don't know, maybe that would hold up the base station because it leaves like an open thread. But actually the base station was responding to the RSSI stuff. So no, that's not it. So yeah, I'm gonna reshart. Be able to see that get into normal mode. Meanwhile, this is just doing whatever, blah blah blah, until, oh god, I just hey OBS, Control Z. There we go. Forgot to lock down all my scenes. Yeah, so we're just kind of like sending it stuff. But I mean, am I okay? So let's check Electron Wrangler TV. Hey, thank you for the 10 folks. How you guys doing? What we're doing is we're working on emulating a Bluetooth receiver, a Bluetooth module that is connected to my steering wheel setup. And my steering wheel setup involves real car parts connected to big industrial parts. So I got a big industrial motor here. Can't really see it. It's off to the side. I got actual BMW pedals, and then we 3D printed. It's kind of hiding around the corner there. We 3D printed a shifter. And that's the only non-actual car part piece in the thing. But all that's hooked up and coordinated by a Granite Devices SimuCube. With the Granite Devices SimuCube, you can spend a whopping $100 in order to put a Bluetooth module into this, and then have a Bluetooth module in your steering wheel communicating all the button presses. But we've already got that system implemented in this thing. We have a LIN bus system that's actually implemented and properly functioning in order to carry button presses back and forth around this entire thing. So I got all those button presses in this thing right here. It would be handy dandy if I could plug a Bluetooth module into the Granite Devices controller and just tell it what buttons are pressed, or if I could not plug in the Bluetooth module and instead act like I'm the Bluetooth module and send button presses. I mean, boiling it down even further, it'd be great if Granite Devices had the API that I could use in order to directly communicate without having to spend $100 and a bunch of my life reverse engineering this fucking thing. But we've made progress. I kind of blew up the module midway through testing, and so we weren't able to fully capture everything that was going on. But what we did do is pull up a data sheet that has all of the pertinent data on it. And now we've actually gotten it all the way to the end of the procedure. And so this thing is actually, I don't know. It's like getting through the end of the procedure. The only thing that's not happening, though, is our buttons are not pushing properly. We don't have buttons getting pushed. So what's going on? Do the other buttons work? I don't know if I have a way of testing. Let's try. Yeah. So the steering wheel buttons work. A bit of a delay on that one. Yeah. Steering wheel buttons work. It's our like paddle controller thingy that's not. But it says it's connected. So I wonder. So I wonder what's going on here. I'm activating button test. Button test just sets up a timer. Button test, timer active. Timer's number 4. It's one of the unused timers. Equals to 1. The task that I'm assigning to button number 4 is every 1,000 milliseconds run dumbbutt. What's dumbbutt? Dumbbutt takes the packet and it either presses or unpresses the button, and then it sends it. So if the button of position 11, position 11 in the button packet is 0, yeah. So, all right, let's see. Button 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Scroll. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. That's, let's make it 13. Let's go to position 13. It shouldn't really matter. I mean, but that is a valid thing. We're doing it. I mean, our device is registering as device 1, as far as I know. Unless maybe I need some more serial prints so that we can see that. Make sure that our device is registering properly and all this stuff. I think it is, though. Oh, great. As soon as I move my back, like, all right, come on. That one muscle in my back hates me. I don't know what it is. It loves all of that, what is it called? The acid that causes cramps. All right, let's upload that and just see what happens now. Because we should be seeing a button press and unpress. Maybe it needs to get a battery status before it'll let us do that. But yeah, we're actually making a really good amount of progress right now. We're getting through it. Serial started. Turn that off. Turn it back on again. Give it a minute. Turn it back on. They took away. They took the reset button from us. I don't have a reset button on the thing anymore. Boop beep bop. Damn it. Oh, milk acid. Ah, crap. What is it called again? Oh, man, I forget. All right, well, whatever. One of life's mysteries. Lactic acid. There we go. Oh, you said it just as I said. All right. TurboNAD gets credit for that, I suppose. So what we should be doing is setting that packet to equal to 1 or 0 and sending it over and over again. Right? So that should just work. That should just work. Button is a variable, right? It is indeed. Our device for the battery level packet is 1. For all intents and purposes, device 1 should be what everything is registering as. I don't think there's any question about that. Let's, it could be that I needed to build in a couple printouts of what the registration is, because I don't have it responding to anything like that. That's just the timer expiring. It's just when it boots, it doesn't talk about any of the set addresses that it's trying to assign for the thing that's pushing buttons. The thing that's supposed to be, it could be ID number 2 and we wouldn't know because we don't have that information. So where does it give us that? Might be SM configure, because there we're replying with a 1. Hardware soft timer. Yeah, I don't know. Hold on. Device is that. Like it's programmed over. App connect. Connection parameters. Procedure completed. Oh, I maybe need to change these. Well, that's okay. Oh, command lay gap connect ID is 1. Okay, so if ID is 1, then that's not it. Then what is it? What's going on? What's failing? What am I not doing? There's one other packet that I might be able to send that would possibly get it to start working, which is the other one that we observed. Where'd that go? All the way up here. This one. We could send that one as well. Because these are 21 and 1A, and so if it's not receiving one of those, maybe it doesn't let me give it the 11s, which are the ones that do the button presses. So then I'll try to do, we'll just hard code it right now. I'll put it on a timer later. Which value am I replacing the button packet? It's the last 3 bytes are 1s and 0s that represent the statuses of all the buttons. There's 28 buttons on there, and so, 3 bytes, 8, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 24. Yeah, 24 buttons. Sorry, not 28. It was 11, yeah, but I changed it to 13, so I'm just setting a different button. I'm just setting one button to a 1 or a 0. I could do FF and 0, 0, and then the whole bank would turn on and off. All right, hard code. Let's do const byte RSSI level, and that's also 15 equals this, and we'll just 0x these. Just get through this. I will need the code to respond appropriately to IDs if it's going to be something that works in the future, especially if we're going to be using this code to do more than 28 buttons. I got a lot of buttons. So I'll need it to take that ID and actually have it populate the devices. But for now, just for testing, we're using the one ID and it's 0x01. So it doesn't even reply to these packets either. It just gets data from them. So we'll just send an RSSI level packet as well. Our pseudo RSSI level. And then later on, I can set them up as a timer and put them in those 2 functions. So I need to take, where are we? This would be whenever we get that. We will then also transmit RSSI level. And I'll make those come in less periodically, but whatever. As long as we're sending those packets, I think we might get this to actually function now. Maybe. Serial's ready. Turn it off. Turn it back on. Going through the procedure. And now we're back into our 1/3 of a second timer. And our periodic signals being sent to push a button. Damn it! And then nothing happens. Connect selected device. No. Battery, 4.06 volts. Hey, so we swapped RSSI and battery, but at least we now have We have a 100% connection with a 4-volt battery, which granted devices is a little concerned. So at least we have that. What if we just send it once? Let's battery and RSSI packets. We gotta flop them. We gotta flop them around. Just for bookkeeping. I'll later go in and set the battery to be a little bit higher voltage. What if we just send those once, though? Will that just establish it in perpetuity? Because it is a lot of extra data on our buffer, on our serial stuff. Where's that? What if we just send it once? Actually, wait, I could do like a trigger. Not a bag of Milky Ways. How you doing, man? 18 months. Thank you so much. Hey, 18 months. I appreciate that. Haven't been around in a while. What's the status of BTS 3? That's all I can report. It'll get there. It'll get there. What if we send them as like the end of procedure stuff? I'll need to clean this up, but Syphilid 8 with 16 months. Yo, bother, sup? Work and like stress. I'm not supposed to be stressed out, but I am very stressed out. Upload. I don't have like a good excuse for why I'm stressed. I'm just stressed. We don't talk about BTS. Yeah, we do. We talk about it all the time. I've got all kinds of good ideas for it, and I know what needs to be done, and we just need to hunker down and get working on it. There's not a ton of work that needs to be done, a little bit of 3D design, a little bit of everything, in order to get all of the disparaging components together in order to work BTS. Again, one of those things is working on melting 3D prints so that they are water sealed. So what do you think about that? Yeah, so we can send it once and it's just happy with it forever. Low battery charge. Wait a minute. What? Hey, what was that little message? I guess it only just came up once. Oh, Jesus, I beeped when I said, nothing is happening. Oh, God, I'm still hyperglycemic? Fuck you, piece of pizza. I didn't even notice that. Oh, that sucks. Like one slice of like ancient pizza and my glucose level goes through the stratosphere. I think I might have been sick. I might have been sick. Could have been sick. That might have been contributing to, like, I don't, my glucose level being so high all the time. Connect selected device. You. What is happening? So it's not cold. It was just cold. I should have reheated it. It's so much better when you reheat it. I feel like we're so close. You know? The last thing that I need to do is push a button. And then, of course, I need to cater my code for different... I think it's the ID. I think the ID might be messing with us. Cold is better than microwaved. I don't agree with that. I like the microwaved pizza. I'm okay with that. I'm okay with microwaved leftover pizza. The rubbery crust, take it or leave it. I don't really care. I prefer over anything else, just throw it in the toaster on some tinfoil and you're good to go. That's the ideal. And then you can add stuff to it if you want. Well, what the hell, man? I mean, by all means, we should be printing out stuff. What does it say the ID is? Let's see if we captured it this time. Stop auto-scrolling. I don't know how long Arduino saves data, but reset boot, bondable mode, soft timer set, soft timer expire, end the gap procedure, soft timer ID 2, expired, connection parameters, timer, SM configure, timer ID 2, start discovery, blah, 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 blah. Command legap connect ID is 1. So our ID is still 1. So by all means, and actually the granted device is reporting the battery status should be the other indicator of that. ID number 1 is our Bluetooth device. So why am I not able to send a button press? It goes in the air fryer. It stays cold if I'm feeling lazy. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, right. I've accidentally connected to my Bluetooth pressure cooker. I think I have that. Yeah, my brother got me one for Christmas. It's a Bluetooth pressure cooker. I should get like a ham and make a ham in like 5 minutes with that stupid thing. It's been sitting in the basement. I've not used it. Oh dear, indeed. Timer expired 0. Get out of RSI. Blah 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 blah. Why is that coming in like that? Did I not print line? Like I didn't print line. Yeah. Well, that's okay. It's okay if it's a little messed up. Yeah, I don't know what's going on now because I've got a periodic button press coming in from this device, and it is the exact packet that we have observed pushing and unpushing buttons. So that would be BTN up here, and it's a variable, and we're setting this right here, position 13 in the packet. So we got 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 right here. We observed that. We observed that change with the pressing of a button, the press and release of a button. That's part of the capture that we have over here. So I go to the location where I'm pressing and releasing a button. Oh God, where is that in this document? Breaking down signals. Breaking down more signals. From above. Timer 2. This has been a hell of a process here. Dr. Plugger, good to see you around, my friend. 33 months. I appreciate those primes. Thank you so much. 33 primes. That is no small amount of priming going on. Yeah. Here's where the shoulder button is pressed. So that packet should look like this packet. We've got the 04. So A0, 0B, A0, 0B, 09, 04. So that's a system event. I know, I'm starting to think that too. 1, 11. So 1 is our ID here. 11 is just the nature of the message. It's part of just the packet that's in there. 0, 1B. And I have a feeling RSSI and stuff might actually be contained in this packet. I don't know. 0, 1B, 0, 0, 0, 4, 0, 2. Oh, that one's not. Yeah, that's where this would be pressed. Because it's 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 1, 0. I think we light them up with Fs. Because, yeah, that's the same packet. That should be fine. 2 and 1. If I set this to 0, 3, that would mean both shoulder buttons have been pressed. I wonder what happens if we do that. Go down to my button masher. Where's dumb butt? Where's my dumpy butt? Hello? Dumpy butt? Dumpy. There it is. Position number 11. And then if it's 0, 0, we set it to FF, no, that's it. That's all we do. Or I can do 0, 3. Wait a minute. No, yeah, because that undoes it. Yep. Yeah, every time this is called, if button position of 11 is 0, we set it to 3. When it gets called again, it's not set to 0, so then it gets set to 0, and that's it. So I'm going to set it to 3 as if I'm pushing both shoulder buttons. I don't think the software needs... Because the actual transmitter itself has you pressing both shoulder buttons to activate it. But I think that's like internal to the transmitter. That's what turns on the transmitter and gets it out of its power save mode. I think. I don't think it has anything to do with the base station. Park cooling fan died. It sounds like a tiny dirt bike. Oh God. That's no bueno. Time to go shopping for Noctuas. Didn't you already replace that park cooling fan? All right, back through the procedure. I can't believe it was just one little packet was all that was needed in order to get the rest of this thing working. All right, so we're back. We're doing our button press and release. Nothing. Nothing. Low battery. I don't understand. You know, our physical device buttons work. Those are all fine. Got the LEDs lighting up and everything for that. That's the fun part about those. And yet somehow it just isn't responding to a very well-known packet structure. Very well known. We know that our device ID is 1. It didn't used to do this. It used to just work. And we also know that the base station is not asking us anything else because I have it printing out packets that we don't know how to respond to, and that's where we discovered, you know, the reissuing or whatever that last packet is that's just confirming a bunch of the settings in there. So why now am I not getting this to work? See, we've got everything running here. What if I just like refresh the connection? Do we get it back? I think we do. My code able to deal with it? Yeah, it went through the whole procedure again. I just did it. And so here we are, we're back. But my button presses aren't getting well, also, wait, okay, we need to check something else. Transmit button. Batarga. Okay, so if anything happens, we're going to transmit the button, and then we'll know at least that part of the code works. Although I can look on the oscilloscope and I can see the packets coming in from the button. Let's restart you. Very strange. I don't know what it wants from us. I don't know if we're not sending the right thing or what. So there's our keep alive RSSI stuff going on. And periodic. Every now and then you just see button fly by. But over here, I know button. Nothing is happening. Why? Why are you doing this to me, man? We change the ID to 0 or change the ID to like 2? Would that necessarily? But we definitely saw the ID come back as registered as 1. I just Hail Mary on this thing and just set this to 32. Or no, was it 36? Okay, so we'll just test that real quick. Serial started. I actually think if I hit reconnect, it'll go through the process again. Might not need to reboot this. Beep bop, beep bop bop. Boop bop, beep bop, beep bop bop bop. And then we're back to here. Yeah, Hail Mary that didn't work. Throwing the ball directly up in the air didn't do anything. Damn it. Damn it all. Curses. Set that back to 1, I guess. What could possibly be going on here? A00B09, this is all fine. Well, let's just hit it with the Fs, I guess. You know, maybe there's some kind of a weird fluke and we're not actually able to get that many buttons. Dumb butt, where'd you go? Dumb butt, dumb butt, dumb butt. There it is. We'll just set it to FF. So I was gonna emulate hitting both shoulders, but let's see what happens if we just hit all of the buttons of, well, actually it would be 11, 12, and 13. We'll just add them here. Button of 13. Man, we're so close, you know? If we could just get this part of it to work. Oops. There. That's a silly way to do it, but whatever. Upload. Is there like one more thing that needs to be done that we just never captured? But I don't think there is. I don't think there is one more thing that just needs to be done. We don't have a record of the module coming into function. You're doing equals instead of is when you're setting the button value. You're right. Fuck. Hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. Yeah. Hold on a minute. Jesus Christ. The fact that nobody else pointed it out ahead of that means that I am not completely embarrassing. I'm going to make the code a little larger for you guys. I have the microcontrollers going, yes, yes. Yes, I've compared it. I'm working. No, that's okay. I can't read your text. I know. It's tough. It's tough to do programming on camera. Actually, the font is bloody enormous, you should know. It's a very large font. Most people are okay with it. I guess they must have 4K monitors or something. All right. Stuff. Please. Please. Well. It should be pressing a lot of buttons at once, and it's just not. We should have a whole bank of buttons that get pressed and then released, and then pressed and then released. So while that was a flub, yeah, our buttons are, I mean, it should be like bashing them. Yeah, it's not a matter of, I don't know what the connect button is doing. Yeah, it's that packet is structured so that each byte is a button. So if you hit that many buttons at once, it probably is just going to take it in stride. I mean, we could set it to 03 again and see, but I don't think that's the case. I don't think it's going to care if we just fill up that part of the packet. God, I got a cough again. Hold on. I don't even understand where the cough is coming from. I think it's just allergies. Okay, so now we'll set it to 3 and 0. I wonder if I can get the microcontroller to start up again by doing clear list and scan. Ah, that apparently works. Well, to a degree. Yeah, so the 03 thing it doesn't care about. You can hit multiple buttons at once. I've confirmed that in our testing when I had the module working. We had the 2 shoulder buttons hooked up to the buttons down here, and if you push them both at the same time, you get a 0x03. For instance, it's funny how I think I took the 4.2 or maybe the, well, random button 040040. So they're all multiples of you know, 1s and 0s existing on the thing. So that's should work. This should work. I am doing everything that I need to be doing. What do you want from me? Let me out of here. You didn't do anything. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's going on with this now, chat. We are doing everything that we should. One of the things that I'd like to do is set up the RSSI and the battery to report a little bit less often. Or no, wait, we're setting it once, so that's fine. We don't need those timers in there. That Module Chan would know. Module Chan is dead. You just have to come to terms with that, okay? Yeah, he's never coming back. We lost Module Chan to an overvoltage event accident. So aside from rooting out a bunch of the serial prints that are not a print line, I don't know what else I can do with this to try to see whether or not. Yeah, I know. I just need to curse at it a bunch more and then it'll start working again. I'm gonna do a full reboot. So, full reboot, ready to go. Module Chan is dead. Okay. It's dead. Yeah, it's just not, doesn't like it. And the buttons, I see the packets coming through. What other reasons would there be for me not being able to do that? I'm setting up the buttons and then I'm sending, the task is that, and then all the way up here, we send and we print BTN, and we have a reaction whether or not it's 3 or 0. 0 to 3. Set it to 2. Just one button getting pressed. I mean, in our testing, it was always just one button, but it can take other forms as you press more buttons. And all I can think of is like, is button is not fixed. It's a variable, right? Yeah, it's a variable. 15 positions, and then our serial printer goes through this kind of stuff just fine. When I hit SNED, it goes through and it sends these. It's not it sends whatever is in that, you know, whatever's in that array. So if we alter what's in that array, then we can send, you know, we can change the address, we can change all kinds of stuff in it. But for some reason, try that. I probably should do the module reconnect. I think that's the best way to do it, I guess. Boop, beep, bop, 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 bop. I'm ready to go. Look over here. what it is. What's going on here? It's not sending, I mean, I can see where it's sending the button thing. There. It is sending it fairly often, to be honest. I need it to be a much larger delay. Maybe it's too fast. Really shouldn't be, but I'm gonna do order of magnitude. There we go. An entire order of magnitude slower. Brah! Damn it! I don't know what's wrong with this stupid thing. God damn it. I just don't know, chat. I just don't know. This is all we can do at this point, too. This is it. Like, I can send the RSSI, I mean, we sent all the RSSI and the battery stuff that we need. I'll probably have to pop up that battery voltage a little bit in the code. I mean, I can do that like right now. Like, I can just go up to where the battery thing is. Beep, bop, boop. Vent GAT procedure, no, blah, blah, blah. This needs like a little organization, but battery level, 941A, blah, 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 3, E30F, right? So E30F I can replace with just a value that we know. So let's just do like, do I not have a 5 volt here? 71% of battery. 4.05 is 77% of battery. 04 BF. BF00, so D70F. What if I just like F them all out? Is it gonna yell at me? Is that illegal? Here, take all the power you want. Now you're over voltaged. I'm gonna be mean to. I'm gonna start bullying. I'm gonna start bullying the controller. Just push it. Just push it down. It's going through a bunch of stuff. 4.5. It still thinks that's low? I effed you out, you bastard. Where was that? Where was that data that we just altered? I lost my way. If this would be the highest value over here, because it's a little endian. So if we set this to be like 0F, and then I remove these, let's see how much higher it goes. What do you mean I never changed the value? It changed completely. It went from 4.0 to 4.55 or whatever. Yeah, 4.55. I got 0.55 volts out of that. Now I just doubled it. Well, a little more than doubled. Restart the scan. 2 volts! Whoops. I thought it was Little Indian. We just F it all. Just, they're all Fs now. All of them are just Fs. Everything is F. Probably looks like an error state. No, we'll see. So that's ready to go. We go over here, and we're going to do clear and restart. And we'll see what it registers. 4.55. It's like, why is it in red? It's always red. It doesn't register. I guess this part is just useless, so 0, 0. And I have a feeling that 5 volts is a different it might be a different value. E40F, D70F, E80F. Tinfoil jail, took that to A6. That one's BF. So that one is, so these are swapped. So the battery level is E30F. They're all 0Fs. Huh? FF0F would probably be the highest value, although it should be registered. I don't know why it's 0.55, but let's do that and see. Get it to 3.7. It might be happier there. It told me low battery at 4.05. Yeah, I mean, I guess I can get it to closer to 3.7, but wireless wheels, clear list, start scan again. Yeah, maybe it'll start working if it gets that. 4.09. So let's take it down to. Man, I could do the equation. I can't do it in my head. If that's 0F, what if this one's like E0 E00F? Yeah, I'm wondering about that too. Well, the separate low battery is no. That's there's separate RSSIs. That's the weird part. Is there's like an RSSI response that it has for the individual device, and then it pulls it responds with an RSSI request when the timer expires. It's strange. .6. 4.6. Just do like 0E. Well, E0 is a pretty high value. Maybe just like 40. Try that. I don't know how this scales out. I don't know how this translates. It was like 0F40. What is that in decimal? What? Oh. So if I wanted this to be, I think it's just moving this is going to be 3.9 volts. .9 volts. There we go. 3.7 would just be, well, I don't know. I can't do that in my head. Not good with that. Oof oof. Nope, not quite. Wait, what is 0F00? What is that? 338? 3840. Oh, so I need to go E F. Too high. This is going to be 0E. E0 is going to be, not quite. That would be, yeah. Nope. I should have done that from the start. Oh yeah, okay, so it's like, close enough. 0E70. All right. I probably should have worked that from the other side, but it was fun to figure out that way. 0E70. There's your a little bit over 3.7 volts. I don't think this is going to trigger any operation that we haven't already seen, but at least we tried. At least we... Oh. At least we tried. There it is. 4.5. Wait a minute. What did I just edit? 0E70. 0E70. That should have done it. Oh, actually it's 0E, and this one's 70. The little endian. Yeah, okay, so that, and then wireless wheels, clear list, reconnect. That just brings it through the procedure again. 3.69 volts, giggity. So, now it's in exactly the right voltage that it needs to be in order to function. It's got full RSSI. Our button packet is still getting completely ignored, and I don't know why. I don't know why. Why? Yeah, I just don't know. I just don't know. We're sending it the button press packet. As far as we're concerned, this is exactly the packet in exactly the same orientation, all the same signals. Everything is set up exactly the same way. I'm gonna have to go through with a fine-toothed comb and figure it out. So, Jesus. All right. RSSI is a separate little packet that gets sent, as well as RSSI getting sent every time this thing does a keep away. What happens is a timer, and I'm explaining this again, a timer expires, that goes to the base station, and then the base station says, hey, what's your RSSI status? And then it gets like an overall RSSI. Individual RSSI is communicated in exactly the same way that the individual battery is getting communicated. I don't know what the difference between the overall and the individual is, but both of them are being given as a number that represents a number that we've gotten in the past. So it should all be completely compatible. It's not going to say, oh, your RSSI is low, so I'm not going to do any communications. So everything in here is communicating as it should be. I have to do a little soul searching to figure out what the fuck's going on with this thing, huh? Because, like, honestly, like, we should be seeing a button getting pressed. There's no excuse for why we shouldn't be seeing that. Except for the fact that the button press thing is very periodic now. It's not coming through as often as I think it was in the past. That order of magnitude might have been a little bit much. It should have at least pressed it once. But I think instead of, well, but it would be 10 times the amount of things that it was doing before, and it was doing it previously, like, over and over and over and over and over again. Like, it was a bop, 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 bop. Whereas this is not. There it is. Yeah, so it should be registering the button press, but it's not doing anything. That's really annoying. There's got to be more to this then. Mortis! No, there's got to be more to this. And I don't realistically know what, because it's, if our base station asked us anything, if the base station asks us anything out of the blue, we would get a reciprocation over here. It set up the timer on its own. The timer that we're responding to, it set it up on their own. Nah, why would they? Why? Where are these? You guys are grasping. That's too weird. Too weird. By the way, the computer project, it's gonna get kind of like back shelved a little bit, just because it runs right now. I would like to add a comprehensive amount of water cooling to that computer, because I think it would be awesome to have a computer that looks kind of like a V6 in that it's got 6 fans coming up at a 45-degree angle, right? And then I'd put a reservoir in the middle that sort of resembles, it's sort of reminiscent of a carburetor. I think that would be very cool. So I need to figure out what the structure of that's going to look like, and that's going to require a lot of CAD design. So that's what I'll be doing with the computer project. And it's going to get a 750-watt power supply, and I hope it can function off of that. I'll have to make sure that it's able to, much like the EVGA power supply is powering it right now. I would like to give it a slightly more girthy task that it can complete so that it could actually test whether or not, you know, it's not perfectly confident about the cooling. It's just whether or not the power supply is able to sustain and pull up a large 3D load all at once. I'm pissed off. I don't know why this doesn't work now. I'm super duper 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 how are we responding to command legap connect? It is just simply what is it doing? I think it's just pushing stuff back out. Hold on, let's command legap connect. Command legap connect. That's right, we send a success. Command legap connect. So that's when it responds to that periodic timer that it's set up. Timer number 4, 0. Canceled number 4's tasks. We get our device ID. Program it in there. And then we set the packet that we send back out. We send back out that ID. We also print that ID too. Right? Do I? Yeah. Our dev1, and yeah, we give it the zeros. The printf function I wish I'd known about a long time ago, because man, printf allows you to put those zeros back into the serial prints. In the past, I've had systems where it's read it bit by bit to see whether it's a 1 or a 0, and intentionally make sure that it prints out. Because the Arduino serial printer ignores zeros. It just gets rid of them. And you're like, wait, I can't read this. What's going on? So anyway, that's what we're doing for that. We're getting that device ID that was given to us, and we are pushing it back in. Oh, okay, yeah, there's something else in the old code. Yeah, so then we send the packet. Then we send the connection opened immediately after that. Then we send it procedure completed. There's no time in between a lot of these commands, and yet it's okay with this. It's perfectly okay with it. It sends the characteristic value, clears its own memory of the packets, sends a battery level, sends an RSSI, and we know that this works because when we change the value for the battery, the value changes in the thing. RSSI is mostly swept under the carpet. It doesn't tell you what that value is. It just, that's 100%, and you can send it in like a big range and it won't change. And then we activate our button test, which has a long timer on it now. So I do not know what is going on. I thought we had solved it with the double equal signs. I thought we'd solved it with the double equal signs, but that wasn't it. Our button test, we activate timer number 4. We set every 10,000, like not quite 10 seconds, but it's a little less than that. And then we activate dumb butt every time that happens. Up here in dumb butt, it has to be up above, otherwise the code breaks, which is annoying because then I can't organize things the way I normally like them to be. But in dumb butt, what we do is if the button packet position of 11 is set to 0, then we set it to 2. Otherwise, we set it to 0. And then we serial print button, and then we sned the button. We send that button packet that we just altered. Realistically, that should net us what we're looking for. I don't get it. Why don't you work? We've gone through every single stage of this thing, and we have it in a holding pattern. We are in control. It's just that it's not recognizing our buttons being pressed. Why? I'm at my wit's end. I think we've worked on this a lot today. I really wanted to have more progress than this. I guess we'll just have to think about ways that we can manipulate this thing more, because we gave it the right voltage, we gave it the right RSSI. There's 2 signals for the RSSI, but our signal strength just says 100 wherever it is. It was actually fairly difficult to get it to register anything other than 100%. That's why I blew up the device, is because I was gonna take it into the other room so that I could see that RSSI drop. And actually, we know that which one was it? I think this one doesn't change. This one is the one that does, I think. Yeah, it was some good progress. It's just this, I'm getting sick of streaming this thing because it's too complicated. We need more milestones on this thing. It's too complicated. It's too much of a brain destroyer. We were supposed to get out of that today, right? We sort of did. But I wanted to get it to the point where I push a button and the button gets pressed in this application, basically. So what that is that's tying two big pieces of software together. That's a ball buster for sure, yeah. Yeah, I mean, we've got most of it. Oh, we had it communicating before. I mean, you've been here all day. You sort of. You saw the what state it was in initially, is that we got through some of the initialization and then it just stopped. And yeah, Cannibal Jesus helped a lot to just be like, wait, it needs to say that it's okay. And there, it's okay. There might be another packet that we need to send, maybe. Because it is looking, I mean, you guys were working on sort of the angle that the software is not listening because it hasn't gotten a signal that it needs. And I'm actually leaning in that direction now. I think you guys are onto something with that. There might be one more packet that we need to send out, like ready to press buttons or something like that. If it's proprietary, that's going to be a difficult one for us to figure out. No, there is no order to the packets. They come in when you press a button, boom. That's when it activates the button thing. But it sends that packet whenever a button gets pressed. So it's like, it's just this periodic thing that happens. Though, well, no, that's why I'm setting it to 0. Yeah. This is the thing. Like, I love this kind of help, but this is like one of those things that, like, it's tough. It's tough to have chat help. Yeah, getting the services registered. But we have, I mean, we have the battery voltage changing. What if I turn this into a battery voltage changer? We could see the zeros and the I'm not going to do that. Oh, well, maybe I will in the future, but I think this is a good time to ramp down because we're at our wit's end. I don't think a lot of us have a lot of good ideas anymore. I mean, the best thing that I can think of is changing the battery voltage on the fly to see if anything happens, right? So, I don't know, guys. I appreciate all the help today. I could make like a knob that, why is that guy, oh, I guess this is normal time. Who else do we got? Booty shows on. Bruce is around. Tom thinks. Why is he all the way down there? Oh my God, it's not even, hey, Notes and Volts. That's why I couldn't see you on my thing. Notes and Volts, how you doing, man? We're kind of at a location where we're coming to an end. We're stopping. We're stoppy. We stoppy the process here. Yeah, I was thinking, Tom, he mentioned me the other day and I got a bunch of follows from him. Are you allowed to use his real name? We got to a point with this thing. We're trying to emulate a Bluetooth module so that all the buttons on the steering wheel can actually work. I got a lot of buttons. So I needed a lot of the ability to digitally push buttons on this thing so that I could communicate them directly with the base station. But the problem is, we need to, in order to do that, we need to emulate a Bluetooth module. So I spent $100 on this little Bluetooth module. That's, I think, somewhere around here. The breadboard that it was on exploded. That was nice of it to do. It's always a nice thing to have happen. I don't know where it is. But anyway, I had this little wireless module that I accidentally blew up. We were able to capture almost all the data we needed from it in order to digitally pretend that we are a Bluetooth module so that I can get all those button presses that this thing sees and punch them into the Granite Devices controller. The button inputs on this thing, there's only so many, so there weren't enough. We got it to the point of booting up and registering as a Bluetooth device, communicating directly with the base, all the way up to the point where there should be no reason why we can't just start sending it packets that represent button pushes, which is what we're doing. We're directly emulating how this thing operated previously, but none of the buttons are registering as being pressed. I can look at the overview over here, and if we send that packet, we receive that packet, nothing. Nothing. Nothing, nothing, nothing. We should be seeing a button every 10 seconds get pressed, and then released, and then pressed, and then released. But for some reason, nothing's happening, and I don't know why. The receiver itself has a procedure where you push down both shoulders and that wakes it up, but that's specifically for the receiver. That shouldn't have anything to do with this. If that were, I mean, in the event that that was the case, I've done that. I programmed that to happen. 0x01 and 2, Adam Gears 3, there's a thing with the buttons pushed. It's really annoying. I don't know. That's where we are with this stream. I'm sort of at my wit's end. Hey, let's raid into Tom Thinks. Tom Thinks does a really cool channel where he does digital puppeteering. It's very, very cool. It's not, well, it's a lot of code, but I believe today isn't today like a painting day? It's funny, all the days that I raid him, it's he's never like using the button that I created for him. In the past, I 3D printed and designed a little button for Tom Thinks, where he can use his voice changer without having to get a repetitive stress injury on his leg. And that was knocked it out of the park kind of thing. I love doing projects like that. It was super simple electrically. We were able to flex a little bit of 3D design, and we were able to help out a fellow streamer. So let's raid Tom Thinks. And if you guys have a good time, where was I going with it? No, I just hope you guys have a good time. I'm gonna be back tomorrow. I'll be back tomorrow. We'll work on some other stuff. I don't think we're gonna work on this again. I'll move this off and we can putz around with something else. If not just to hang out. But I will be back tomorrow. Same bat time, same bat channel. Locked in this shop forever. And until then, I'll see you guys. You can join Discord if you feel like it. Here's the end card really fast, just in case you want my Twitter or my Discord. All right. I'll catch you guys over at Tom Thanks. And then we go to technical.